Nice to meet you. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, this music needs to calm down. Let me just fix that. Sorry for the long intro, but I had so much to do today, and I literally just finished preparing the stream, so let's find some music here quickly. I guess this is a bit better. Also let me know, as always, I'm guessing the music is a bit too loud. This should be fine. Might have to bump up my microphone. Okay, let's give this a bit more gain. Testing, testing. I think that's good enough. Okay, so I literally prepared everything today, so if there's something that is not 100%, please forgive me. Hello everybody. There's too many messages and probably already scrolled by everyone, so I'll just say hello everybody. Welcome. Let me just get rid of this screen. Oh, that's nice. I'm painting water right in front of my face. Yeah, I had to set up. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. I'll just do like this. Wait, where are we? So I'll just put my microphone here so that you can see that my voice is out of sync. So just a few last minute adjustments here. I just put everything right on the table. Okay, we're almost ready. I just need to focus my, what is it, palette cam settings. You can see it, the lights are so bright. Okay. Almost there, almost there. Next time I'll be more prepared. Now that I know how to set everything up. But what's the problem is that I have to do a face cam and a palette cam, and I have to set up my recording camera. Jesus. Okay, I'm almost there. I can imagine driving flames and explosions behind him with that music. Yeah, it's too epic. It was definitely building some false expectations. Okay. This doesn't need to be autofocus. Okay, here we go. I think everything's set up. I also had to prepare the miniature that I wanted to paint, and you can see that it's just sloppy base coated. So let me just quickly. Probably the first thing that we are going to do is I'm going to apply a more solid base coat. Also, did not necessarily want to paint this one on stream today, but I think it's fine. It's fine. Okay, yeah, I must be the most disorganized person. Well, it's not really that. My parents were here like 1 hour ago, and then I just had to prepare everything, and before that I was painting, recording videos and stuff. So, okay, let's zoom in a bit more. We're almost there. I think that's good enough. Yeah, you can see here there is a lot of stuff that's not really base coated, so I'll just go over everything with a bit of black to bring it up to more consistent base coat. Hello from Russia, the awesome comrade. How's it going, comrade? We see enough of your face. Yeah, I know. So I'm finishing my neckrons with the color scheme from a previous video at the moment. There you go. I'm going to do true metallics or non-metallics. So I want the metal part to play a bit more of a secondary role. I want to play with the I want to play with the main colors a bit more. That's too dark. See, it might just be It's just probably because it's base coated black. Yeah, I want to play a bit more with the main color of the carapax, and have that be the main focus really. The music is blasting. Sure, guys, let me know if the music is too loud. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to do the blades in that main color too. And then the metal parts are just going to be the joints, probably, or maybe, you know, maybe all of this too. So this, and then definitely the joints here. And I want to do a beige, brown, green, I don't know yet, color for the other parts. So the metals are going to be more secondary colors, and I'm going to do metallics. Because I really like the metallics lately, so but yeah, I'm going to go back to non-metallic metal in a bit for probably, wait, why is this guy sticking to my table? Yeah, so I'm going to paint this guy next whenever I get to it, and I'm going to do a bit more of a sketch style non-metallic metal. Really looking forward to that. And I got rid of the banner because I didn't want to do a banner, honestly, and I think it works regardless. Chroma 4L, thanks a lot for following. Music is a bit too loud. Okay, I'll reduce it. Yeah, sometimes I'm probably too far away from the microphone. It's a bit tricky. I don't know where to put it exactly. Let's see. Put it here. I think that's fine. Yeah, so my voice testing. Yeah, so this microphone is not really good, and I have not set up. I got a new microphone, a directional one, which is also better because it's not inside the view. But I have not managed to set that up yet, so it's probably, yeah, this is the best I can do at the moment. I'm still, you know, I wanted to put out a lot of the videos that I did. I just really worked hard on that, so I could have like the initial wave of videos out. The one where I announced that I quit my job, and then the next 2 Fridays I just had videos that I always wanted to make. So yeah, I wanted to get those out, and this week was a bit was not that great, let's put it that way, for reasons. Wait, faces and bases, thanks a lot for resub. Why is this so? I don't know, the alerts are not set up properly and stuff like that. but Gabo, thanks a lot for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, everything is going to be better going down the road now, so I literally stopped working at school, and the next day I just keep working and did all of the video stuff, and I just went right into making the next few videos. So yeah. So yeah, this week also was not that great from how would you call it? Family point of view. John Rod, thanks a lot for following. So it was really chaotic and a bit scary, but everything's okay now. But I just could not get as much done as I wanted to this week. So yeah, so what you're getting is a stream baseline instead of a video, and I think it's okay to, because I said I would be doing the live streams alternating with, oh damn, this line didn't fill properly. You see it? Yeah, you can. Jeez. Yeah, so that always kind of was the plan, because I have to do the Patreon content too, and so on. So it's all good. Just a bit stressful, but that's okay. Bitman, thanks a lot for following. Welcome, welcome. Okay, your voice is still quiet. Is it still quiet? I don't want to put too much input. Let's see if I move this away. Testing, testing. Yeah, I can crank it up a tiny bit. Alpha Mile and Cat, thanks a lot for subscribing, much appreciated. So yeah, everyone that subscribed can join the Discord. You can find a link below the stream window. Yeah, you get access to the Discord basically if you subscribe on Twitch. Yeah, you can join the discussion there. So I want to crank this up a tiny bit more. Filters. Yeah, again, once I have the microphone set up properly, the new one. Still a bit testing. Yeah, I think that's good now. Testing. I hope this is fine. But like I said, everything still needs to be set up properly. I haven't found the time yet. Okay. So this is not super spectacular, but it needs to be done. I just want to fill out all the recesses. Monsieur, you, thanks a lot for following, much appreciated. I have a question about your live streaming setup. What camera are you using for the presentation of the miniature? How is set up, including lights? Wow. Well, there's two lights, like one up here, one up here. You could probably get by using any other strong light from above, but you know, I've always worked like this and it works for me. Pigtark for the win. Thanks a lot for the follow. I have a G7, Lumix G7. No, that's a lie. I have a Lumix GH. No, that's a lie too. I have a Lumix GX80. It's a really small body, but it still can do 4K. So yeah, I wanted a small body because it's not mounted all that well. It's just on a boom arm from a microphone. And sometimes, you know, when I hit it, it shakes. So in order not to have it fall off or shake or whatever, shake too much, it had to be a small body. And yeah, it's fine. The picture quality is good. Could of course use any other camera, like I said in the beginning, the G7. I also have one of those. Would do the same thing. Yeah, you can just use any mirrorless system cam, basically. You can use a DSLR cam, whatever you have at home, and then I just feed it into a capture cam, and that's it. Yep, that's it. Some of the content creators I follow say that Patreon is the best for supporting them. Have you got one? Yeah, it's everything's below the window. So on YouTube, it's in the chat in the description. Thank you for resubbing, Adam Pasek. Thank you. Yeah, on Twitch, it's below the stream window. There's a link and a small button form. And on YouTube, it's in the video description. And yeah, it is indeed. So Patreon, yeah, Patreon is the best way, obviously. Of course, you know, it's not mandatory to join the Patreon to support. You can just, you know, watch my videos on YouTube. That's cool and helps a lot. And yeah, if you have what's it called, Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe on Twitch for free, basically, and that's obviously also goes a long way. But yeah, when you join the Patreon, it's always Flower Power. Thanks a lot for subscribing, much appreciated. Yeah, if you join the Patreon, you get all these other. You don't just support, you know, the stuff that is available on YouTube and Twitch and so on. Coffee and Vodka, thanks a lot for the follow. Ibrahim, thanks a lot for following my YouTube. Wow, so many new people today. Yeah. What did I say? Yeah, you get basically more videos, PDF guides, access to the Discord, and so on. So, or full access to the Discord.
How did you find me?
I've been trying to involve the Discord community. Thanks for the follow, Corex. A bit more into decision making for videos, so I hope that's gonna be a bit more a thing in the future too. Now that I have more time to do that. I'm not just stressed from day job to making videos and so on. Okay. Let me catch up on the chat. Do you struggle with loss of motivation? Yeah, I have a video on that. How to avoid painting burnout. You can watch that. Those things were a bit of a pain to build. Yeah, exactly. They're also going to be a pain to paint. The one and only Angry Nacho, thanks for following. Thank you. I've been experimenting with true metallic metal after your recent video with glazing normal acrylics after the metallics. Yeah. Yeah, it's really nice. Because I don't like the pre-mix metallics usually, like for brass and all of that stuff. I don't. Yeah. Usually I like the color, the way the actual metallics are colored. I like to introduce my own colors because then I'm not limited to the premix colors that are available. Yeah, and it's super fun. You need an intern to move the mic for you. Yeah, I need an intern for a lot of things. Yeah, there's a reason why usually when you're broadcasting, all the jobs are split up. The person in front of the camera is not doing all the behind the scenes stuff. There is a reason for that. It's kind of stressful. And I don't necessarily have the best studio layout, but you know, it's always hard to know before you start with anything. So I have to probably redesign the studio at some point so that I can have a more permanent setup. There was a bit of a, how would you call it? Oh, I'm bad with words. A challenge to get the camera behind my standing desk, and I kind of need the standing desk for painting because this is the only way to be upright. If I just move it down a bit more, where I just sit, my pain is in back. My back is in pain all the time. So I need the standing table. I can't just make it a flat surface that is in the middle of the room, like Miniacast, for example. But maybe I can do something with the standing table. Put it in the middle of the room or something like that, and then have like another place where I can put the monitors. Yeah, sorry if I forgot someone. It's a lot of people subscribing and following. So thanks a lot, guys. Helps really a lot, you know. Having the numbers go up is the best thing that can happen to a YouTube channel. So okay, I think that's it. Yeah. So question is, yeah, I definitely need to switch out my painting water. I bought something to drink. It's apparently not here anymore. Yeah, let me just switch out this painting water. You can see it's maybe not that suited anymore for bright colors, and then I'm back in a second. Voice is still quiet. Wait, is it still quiet? Yeah, I guess so. I don't know how to fix this. It's a bit tricky. Everything's in the way. Let's see, maybe this works. I can't promise. Yeah, this is not really any better either. Can I put it like this? No, that's crap too. Yeah, like I said, I need this. I have a directional microphone. Let's see, testing. It might be too loud now. Testing. I have a directional microphone that I need to set up. This is almost too loud now. Testing. So now it's in between my palette cam. Testing. Yeah, I think this is the best that I can do.
Nice to meet you.
Good luck with the new plans. Thanks a lot. Good morning. Just dropping by before work to thank you, rekindling my passion for the hobby. You're a great inspiration. Love your videos. Thanks a lot, Andreas.
How did you find me?
What's the plan? What's the plan for this? Yeah, I just base coated everything black, and now we're going to move on. Oh wow, that was really quiet, but thanks a lot. Thank you so much, and yeah, I'll do my best. Yeah, I think this is tricky because the desktop audio is so quiet. But thanks a lot for the donation, and many greetings back to Singapore. Yeah, I'll do my best. It's kind of tricky still to be a one-man company. But the way that my videos work, it's I can't really hire an editor, which would be, you know, the best, how would you say, way to free up some time, because unless he knows about painting, I'm not sure he could edit my tutorials. And yeah, my videos are still more tutorial style than entertainment style, so yeah, we'll see, but I'll do my best. I hope sometimes you can forgive me if there's not a video on Friday. Turn up vocal cord. Don't sweat about the live stream. Live streams are awesome. I'm cleaning my old school gray nights while you paint. Yeah, I like it too. I like to watch, you know, people just do whatever and talk, so you can have a dialogue. I switched from YouTube to Twitch. Oh, that's fine. That's why I do both. I know that some people prefer one or the other. I'm using the Necron color scheme with the fluor orange for the energy and Martian bases. What would be a good color? Oh, that's a really old message. I'm sorry. What would be a good color scheme for buildings and terrain? Why is there a fly here? Jesus Christ. Going with it. I mean, I would say just you can do a gray, right? Just don't start off of a neutral gray. Add a bit of green maybe to contrast against the red. Start off of maybe something like this. Field gray, green, or Orion. Thanks a lot for becoming a patron. Much appreciated. Good luck, or good luck. Have fun with the videos. Yeah, green, brown, something like that, and then just highlight up with a gray, and then you can apply some of the dust pigments that I also used. Some of the pigments that I also used to tint it slightly red. 212 watching, 62 likes. Everyone please like for the sake of algorithm. Thanks a lot. Yeah, big numbers, helpy. When thinning the paints, do you just use water? Yeah, just use water. You can use a bit of glaze medium I don't necessarily use it, but I think glaze medium is okay. I just learned to paint without all of the stuff, so I'm just used to it. Cruel boys are a joy to assemble here, really. I guess maybe because they're push to fit to push. I don't know how they call it. Hey Kariafi, first time watching. Have you ever played D&D? I have, but decades ago. What paint are you using right now? Oh no, this is just black. Yeah. Everything went by too quickly. The stream came too quickly today, so I did a bit of a sloppy chop with base coating. So I just tried to fix that now. Just found out I wasn't subscribed. Thank you. Yeah, there's still 60% of people that are watching my videos that are not subscribed. Marcus Wall, thanks a lot for, I think that's joining for a year, 90 euros. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining the Patreon. Hope you enjoy the videos. Okay, so what did I want to get? I wanted to get some water and, oh yeah, and change my painting water. Let me do that, then I'll catch up on chat and then we'll get some painting out. I'm wearing pants. Can you see that? Oh, I don't think I'm wearing pants. Just look away, okay? No pants, man.
Nice to meet you.
Wait a minute, I thought you quit. Didn't you watch the video?
Nice to meet you.
Always watch the video and don't just read the title. Do you currently put out... Oh, put on a very dark blue? No, just black. I don't know why it looks blue. Maybe because I have lights that are so cold. Why are you so cold, light? Yeah. So, I think I need to adjust this a tiny bit. No, that's not right. Dark. Yeah, once we apply the base colors, it's going to look better. Let me catch up on chat. What's the best red acrylic paint you have used? What is the best red acrylic paint have you used to? Oh, so honestly, the Chimera colors are pretty vibrant, but I wouldn't say they're the only ones. You can always use Mephiston red. I know that some people say Mephiston red is becomes too dull when it dries, but I also have like this hot orange. I kind of just mix red with a bit of orange if I wanted to be more vibrant. And like I said, the Chimera colors are typically what I'm using for reds these days. What's your new boss like? He's an asshole. Good healthcare? No, I mean, it's the same healthcare as in any other job. I pay the same percentages. It's literally, you know,
Nice to meet you.
nothing changed. It's just that I pay twice the amount for, you know, what is it called? employment tax or whatever you want to call it, because your employer pays a bit of tax for you and you pay tax. So since I'm self-employed, I need to pay both of that. But as far as health insurance, nothing changed really. Yeah, that's how it works in Europe. And you're not even switching health insurance companies since they unified them not too long ago, so everything's the same. Okay, of course I forgot to do this side, so yeah, self-employment just means you're paying a lot more taxes basically, and you have to do everything yourself. When it comes to bureaucracy. Okay, I swear I'm done now. I'm going to clean it in the other container. That was smart. Very ambitious. Wait. Oh, the boss is very ambitious. Got it. Wanna become famous? Oh, that's nice. I haven't seen Twitch bots in a while. What's my favorite company for 75mm? I'm so bad with names. Yeah, good question. Probably any of the companies you can name. I'm liking them. I tend to have problems with painting minis that I have assembled, so I paint them and then assemble, but this leaves gaps. Yeah, that's the problem. Do you have any advice on painting assembled minis? Yeah, the thing is, so for example, this one here, he's fully assembled apart from the fact that he still needs, I need to give him a spear, right? But this pose is pretty paintable, I would say. So whenever this is the case, I just assemble it. This one was also pretty okay, I would say, because I can still reach most parts.
Your videos on contrast and highlights has helped me improve so much. Thank you. How would you get a shiny black AR latex look? Trying to improve the black on Assassins.
Thanks a lot, Badger. Wait, I need to open up the alert box so I can read that. Recent events. Wait, no recent events. That's weird. Thanks a lot, Badger. Wait, donations. I need to find a way to balance the music in my headphones against text-to-speech. Damn, now I feel bad. I need to read up on that. Oh, okay. I don't have the plugin installed. Streamlabs. Oh, I never got the stream labels back. It's interesting. Why is it not in? Thank you, Lockamies. Thanks for subscribing. Damn, this is annoying, but I'm not going to spend too much time. Let me just quickly see. Yeah, that's so weird. Why doesn't it show donations? Let me just test this.
The most important thing is money.
Thank you, John. That was just a test. Yeah, sorry. I'll read out the donations, the next donations. Wait. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hey, dude, love your work. Your videos on contrast and highlights has helped me improve so much. Thank you. How would you get a shiny black look? So okay, like latex. The problem is you will have to paint latex if you just want to rely on painting and not using a gloss finish. You kind of have to rely on yeah, painting the reflections. So you would paint the, depending on what color you want to give it, but maybe start with a bit of a blue and then transition into gray and then white for the super intense highlights. But yeah, I mean, at that point it becomes a discussion of you know, non-metallic metal versus metal. The reflections are not going to follow you, so maybe you could think about doing both, painting the reflections in places that you want reflections or want to have reflections, and then still add a gloss varnish. But I honestly haven't found a really good way to make something glossy in this scale, where it's, unless it's like slime or something like that. But gloss varnish can quickly betray the scale because the reflections, they just behave differently in a smaller scale than they would behave in a big scale. So when something reflects on something tiny, when light reflects on something tiny, you're going to realize it's something tiny. Yeah, other than when you're painting a reflection, you can make it bigger and you can suggest the whole thing being lit by a giant light source like the sun. It's tricky. I have not found a good solution for that. Okay. Let me go back. Yeah, sorry, like I said, it's probably not a super satisfying answer. But that's what I would do. Okay, catching up the chat. What's your favorite way to hold models to the holder? So I switch between, so if I'm painting just for myself and I'm not streaming it or anything like that, I have this Rathcore holder. This is my favorite, I would say, but it's also the most expensive. So here, why this is good is because you can rest the holder like down here on your pinky and have it, you know, like this, so you don't necessarily have to grip it all the time, you know, like this, because you can stabilize it with both hands. Sorry, not both hands, with one hand, but you don't need both fingers, not like this, because I feel like this joint gets really annoyed when you do this all the time, when you grip something like this all the time, which is what I'm doing with just the cork. So that's a bit of a pain. But for streaming I can't necessarily do that because it would get in the way, you know. If this is longer, I can't really hold it like this if I need to. So that's, yeah, that's a problem. My back is the same, sucks, sit to pain for an hour and I'm in agony. Yeah, the standing table has helped me so much. Got a set of Vallejo metal, they're nice but have no body, they really need gloss undercoat. Oh wait, these? They need a body? Weird. Good champ. Audio is fine now. Oh, okay, okay. Oh. Must have been an old message. I highly recommend an adjustable height desk. They're not as expensive as they used to be. Yeah, they have come down in price. I got mine from IKEA. Regarding the voice, if you're using the OBS software, you can add the microphone as a separate input device, then add a filter. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I amped it up to like 12 dB or by 12 dB. But I don't, you know, the music is playing over it, but you probably also get some ambient noise, so like white noise. Yeah, the one thing I want to buy is a way. I have a recorder, so maybe I can use that as an amplifier, and then feed from the recorder into the computer. I'll have to look into that. Do you have any project planned with the new Cool Boys? Planned, yes. Will I have the time? I'm not sure. Give me the Mouse 3 already. Yeah, I'm waiting for that printer, that sponsorship thing. Thanks a lot for the content you put out. Oh, gotta sneeze. Or do I? Sorry. As someone that paints a couple of hours 2 days a week, all your tips and tricks add a lot to my painting. Yeah, hopefully, you know, I made that one video where it's about, unfortunately I made it with Cursed City miniatures, so no one was interested. But that one video where I talk about getting better to be faster, that's a huge thing. It's not, you know, when you never try to be better at painting, you're never going to learn how to quickly paint something in a better way. You're always just going to be fast at being mediocre, right? And don't get me wrong, I don't want to be elitist, but people don't necessarily never tried that approach, so they never try to be better. Because when you're good at miniature painting, you can take shortcuts left and right, and you also know where to put highlights, for example, and then you can quickly blend those together. But if you never tried and practiced that, then yeah, of course, you're never going to be fast at this. So that's my opinion with the whole speed painting thing. You know, you can always, once you're good and you know it, a lot of things, you can always cut corners left and right. And because you're so fast and used to doing this, you're also going to be faster. So I never understood why people didn't want to at least consider that approach. But you know, maybe it's just not an option in their head. So I try to at least put that option out there, and then you can still decide to not use it and do speed painting and all of that, and then it's still fine. But I don't know, I think this is kind of missing in the YouTube sphere, so I'm trying to be that voice. And we'll see if it works. I'm definitely looking for more tutorial style videos. There's plenty of people doing entertainment videos these days, not actual teaching. Yeah, but that's a problem, right? Do you want to go to school? So if you ask 100 people, do you want to go to school or do you want to go to cinema? 98 are going to say cinema, so you're going to so you need to be somewhat entertaining to reach a lot of people. But you know, I can't turn around anyway, so I'm going to try to make the videos a bit more fun and engaging while still teaching something. It's in the end, it's up to me trying to find that balance where people are still watching. Okay, so I'm going to now paint the main colors, and I don't know yet what I want to use, but I'm probably going to try this German field gray in combination with something more yellow. So let me put that on the palettes. Not 100% sure, so this is a bit more of a desaturated green. I'm probably looking for something a bit more yellow. But let me check how this looks. Yeah, I think this is okay. I need to clean that nozzle. I never thought about using shading metallics to get my wanted bronze. Copper. Oh yeah, exactly. Do you shake your own bottles or have one of these test tube vortex vibrators? I don't have one. I want one, but I haven't found a cheap one yet. I need to, whenever I find the time, I need to invest some research. The vortex mixes are quite nice, and I want one, but I haven't found the time yet to get one. But yeah, they're good. I like them. Alright, so I think that's the color I want to go off of. I'm just gonna find an in-between color here. Thinking about using some of my, or a tiny bit of yellow maybe. But we'll see. I think that's okay. Then I can, and because I'm using two colors for my base color, I can always switch between the two and use different mixes. So sometimes it can go a bit more green and sometimes it can go a bit more yellow. Is black primer the best, or do you just prefer it? So the best primer is always the primer you choose that's suited for your project. So if I want to use metallics, I use black. If I want to have a bit of a pre-shading thing going on, sneaky butt poke, thanks a lot for subscribing. Yeah, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a bit of the black as shadows that shine through. So obviously I can't do that with a white base coat. So in this case, black is better for what I want to do. If you want everything to be a bit more bright, then you will probably use a white base coat. If you want to just use inks or transparent paints, then you're going to do zenithal highlighting. I'm sorry, zenithal priming. Yeah, whatever is best for the approach you want to do is the best primer. Are you planning on releasing new sculpts? Yeah, I do. I want to do like a sculpt that's like for the channel, so probably a three-eyed robot. So he also fits with my Tales of the Future thing. And then we will see. Whenever I have time, I'm going to do another miniature, and then another one, and then another one. Half of the people I'm answering now are probably not here anymore, so I'm going to do my best to catch up. I should totally start on Mahalikin. I wanted to do more static approach this time, inspired by Emma Crosshatch technique of Dyson Demons. I don't know what that is. Sorry. When all the org tutorials for each clan coming?
The most important thing is money.
Thanks for being an inspiration. Put this towards the vortex mixer.
Thanks for being an inspiration. Put this towards the vortex mixer. Thank you, No Skill. Thank you. Yeah, I get it. It's not so much about the money. It's more about getting my butt in gear and ordering it. Absolutely love the paint job. This one, it's just black. Oh my god, I talk so much. Ladies and gentlemen, 260 watching, only 130 likes. Like and support the mentor. Thank you, Paul McAllister. Hey, Doomslayer. What would you recommend as a shadow color for bright pure red? My bases are tan, light brown. I mean, it's I'm never how would you say that? I'm not really balancing the main color or the shadow colors of something according to what the base is going to look. Maybe a tiny bit, but it would not be my main decision. So what I would try to do is to find a shadow color that works for the actual color that you used on the miniature.
Appreciate your channel very much. Ausrufezeichen Doppelpunkt unterstrich Bob.
Ausrufezeichen unterstrich Bob. Thank you, Toby Strom. Thanks a lot. Much appreciated. Thanks for all the support, guys. Yeah, so I would pick a... Wait, you said Blood Angels. Yeah, for the Blood Angels armor, I just really like black. Or a really dark purple. So there's a purple that Reaper makes that's called Nightshade Purple, something like that. And then the thing is, what I would be doing if you wanted the base to have a bit of an impact on what you're painting, I would be doing the armor in a way that's okay for when I'm looking at the armor. I want to like it, right? So I'm trying to find that balance. And then whenever you say, okay, the base should have an impact, I'm going to do like secondary reflections that I just mix with the base color, or the color of the base. So if the base is blue, you can do like that's a bad example, but you get the point. You can do like secondary lights from below, like so for example here, and can add a bit of blue to that red, and just have the hint of, you know, bounce light bouncing off of the base and then reflecting onto the miniature. Is there a space to show your minis on the Discord? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can put it in gallery. If you are, you know, subscribed to YouTube, if you are subscribed on Twitch or joined YouTube members, or you're a patron. Hi, who are you? I don't know. Who are you? I want to support on Patreon, but it says that I need a credit card. Yeah, you need a credit card.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yeah, you see, Ozarian, thanks a lot for becoming a patron. So €1 or $1 patrons.
I got bad today feeling flush. Thanks for the motivation.
Thank you, Black Inspire. I'm glad you're inspired. Oh, Sprite, sorry. Yeah, so when you join the bit more into that, but red to blue through purple transitions. So I don't know, I would, for Vaporwave, I would do a bit more like, I mean, I don't have the t-shirt.
Nice to meet you.
That shows the usual logo. But yeah, so I have this as my secondary colors. So orange and red and a transition. But I would rather use like yellows and maybe blues and yellows, blues and pink purples, something like that instead. And not just go from red to blue. That's not necessarily Vaporwave to me, but yeah. Where am I from? Austria. I'm from Austria, in case you didn't know. Hey Ralph, do you use this stippling technique for your display models like Dave Caldwell? I cannot pronounce his name, Caldwell. Yeah, so I don't necessarily want like that. It's so his I always say it right. His miniatures are absolutely incredible, but it's not a style of painting that I would like to do, because it's basically it's a very limited brushstroke. I mean, it's not that he uses stippling everywhere, right? If he wants to, for example, highlight this area, so this area here, he switches to strokes, and then if he does skin tones, he does the stippling, which is kind of accurate, because if you look at skin, it has these, and especially if you look at 3D renders, of skin, it has this spotty finish, so it's quite accurate for skin. But I want to switch up my brush strokes for different materials. So it's the same way that David Soper paints, or a similar way. They use stippling on every part, or most parts, and to me that's just not it's a very particular style, right? It's a choice that they're making for their own style, but it's not necessarily my way to paint. Doesn't mean that any way to paint is better or worse, right? It's just personal preference. It's the PP. But yeah, I absolutely love his stuff. And yeah, I'm going to do a video on different styles, and he's going to be one of them, the styles that I want to talk about. Have you linked your Twitch and Discord? Oh yeah, there you go. You need to link that. Twitch and Discord if you are a Twitch subscriber. Blubber.org, nice. When are the Goose Evil Sons? Alright. Have you ever shown desk or table where you paint? I never have a comfortable posture. I mean, it's basically, I have the table up to where, you know, if I move my hands down, then my spine goes down too, and then it's in a round position. But if I go up, if I can put my hands here, then my spine is in a longer position, and also my neck is long, and that's basically what you want. If you tend to be slouching, then in my opinion that's the best fix, to just really make yourself, you know, if I want to look at the miniature now, I have to make my neck really long and look downwards, so my my chin gets tucked towards my sternum, and that's a really good way to stay upright. Bauerg, thanks a lot for following. Let me just put on the music again. Oh, let's find some music. Okay. I'm assembling some Necromunda figs at the moment, and I'm dreading how close all the... I don't know what that means. I bought this box to finally start improving my painting, but why do I have to assemble them? What do you think of Games Workshop recent actions? What are the recent actions? Like killing off the creators that made awesome videos in their space, or with their universe? Or what else do you mean? What about the inside of the Coke on the Stormcast Eternal? I mean, there's like no inside almost, right? So maybe at this part, I mean, you're going to be able to paint it, right? You're also going to be able to paint this easily, so you can reach everything. No big deal. Yeah. But again, I know that some models are worse than others, but I just decide on the fly whether or not to assemble. And then if there's, so you know, if you do a sub assembly and then you have a gap like this, what else can you do then to fill it? You just have to go back and fill it. So you could paint all the inside here, right, and then fill this, and then paint over the milliput black, and then just continue your paint job. There, you don't have any other option anyway, or you just leave the gap. Sometimes it's straightforward and a pain, but the only way. All the unpainted minis, my life is miserable. Hey Matty Icorn, that's funny. Your name sounds almost like mine. Alright, that was you asking the question. Any thoughts, opinions, or desires for the new army painter Air starter? Just avoid army painter. Would you ever want a partnership with a paint company like Angel? I need to sneeze again. What's up with that? So would I want a partnership with a paint company? That if that means I cannot use any other paint, no. If it means I can, or I don't know. So AK Interactive and their new paints are quite awesome, but I'm not going to go ahead and paint or buy additional paints because I already have so many. So that means if they wanted to send me some paints, or you know, half their range or whatever, I would definitely say yes. And I can also recommend them, because I would use them to paint, so I would not just recommend them because they were sending them to me. So in that regard, yeah, that's a great partnership to have. But if I had to, you know, say, oh, I'm only going to paint with these colors, and they're absolutely the best colors on the planet, then yeah, I mean, everyone would know that that's not what I think, because I have so many colors, and there's a lot of colors that are good. So let's see, let's just get some painting on the way. Consistency doesn't quite work yet. There's a good video by Darren Latham on shiny black armor that should work for latex as well. Well, there you go. I have an entire army that's primed and ready to go. Palette shot doesn't align with the webcam by a few pixels. What? Damn OCD. Thanks for the tips. Happy with the answer. Better to have some input than no input. Okay, got it. You're welcome. This web color is hilarious in Apocalypse games. Just had 16 games. No, player game summoned boggy mist. I have no idea what's going on. Hey Mr. McNabs. I started diluting scale 75 metallics with airbrush thinner, and it's made my life so much easier. Yeah, the scale 75 metallics are pretty good. Is there anything better you suggest for thinning metallics? I just use water. Not gonna lie, seeing your painting gives me inferiority complex, and I have a huge intellect. What? No, I mean, the thing is, are you also getting an inferiority complex because people run fast in the Olympics? I mean, not that I would want to compare myself to, you know, or I don't want to indicate that I'm so great. I just have, you know, 20 years of experience, so why would you feel inferior to someone who just practiced for years and years and years? And I always try to push my level too. It's not that I don't remember a time ever where I went for, okay, this is good enough. I always tried to push myself. So and then on top of that, I'm not even as good as some other people. So there's people that give me an inferiority complex, or would give me an inferiority complex if I wasn't, you know, happy with where I am and what I can do and so on. And whenever I feel like, okay, it's not good enough, I just have to try harder, I think. So just, you know, accept where you are, and if you want to be better, then just try to be better, and if not, then if that's not an option, then you gotta be happy with what you are painting and how you're painting and so on. So I think that's good, or that's okay. Rate 40k memes and painting memes, algorithm approved. I don't know. Glad you're doing a Necron. I'm halfway through my Indomitus box at the moment. Hopefully you'll re-inspire me. Good luck with leaving your job for this career. Scary, but I believe. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I really like Necrons. It's, I don't know, I don't paint enough Necrons. I need to paint more Necrons. I feel like the camera's a bit more. Just refocus here. Yeah, so you can see I kind of like this green yellow that is coming out of this mix. And like I said, if I want a bit more yellow, I can always use the lower paint again. If I wanted to be more green, I can just add more from the upper color. Be a bit more done. The light is kind of weird, so sorry, I might be blinding some people. Just don't look in the upper corner of my screen window. Yeah, so don't necessarily have a light source in mind. I'll just put like the biggest highlight here in the front, I guess, and then have a secondary light back here. Probably also not the best place to start with this. Tricky to see. Hey Dr. Rhino, I know that painting fast is not my thing at all. 50 minutes in, model still looks base coded. Yeah, it's still base coded. If you enjoy the process, it doesn't really matter how long it takes. It takes you to paint the miniature. Yeah, exactly. Some people get stuck with a backlog, so they'll start in an gotta paint fast mode. If they at the same time don't get bored or unhappy with results, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. You can. I'm just saying, you know, if you never considered and never tried, then yeah, you're never going to know. But yeah, if you don't want to know, that's fine. Thanks for your content. Glad I've caught your live stream. Yeah, glad you're here, No Skill. School. Happy to catch you live. Love your content. Super inspiring and always informative. Has helped me better my painting a lot already. And that's great to know, Flying Gerbil. Maybe you can challenge other YouTube painters for a slow painting thing. Yeah, instead of the fast painting. Yeah, challenge. True. That's what YouTube likes. I would love to spend 8 hours to paint something that looks like I've spent 20 minutes on, but my philosophy is the time you enjoy wasting is not time wasted. Yeah, again, I am not saying, you know, if people are fine with how they paint, then that's fine. I just said that, like, to someone else, right? But people don't realize that it's so easy to cut a corner when you know how something works. Yeah, it's a bit of a misconception, just saying. No one has to agree, but you know, if you haven't tried, then I think you're only going to disagree massively with this if you never tried yourself. If you ever tried to be good and had some great results with it, you realize that, okay, I just learned so much, and I just learned that I can use a lot of this to make shortcuts. If you're disagreeing outright with the statement, then you probably never tried. I'll leave myself out of the window for that, or with that. Yeah, okay, so the color test I think is fine, and I deliberately started with this area down here, so I can adjust it if I want to, and it's not going to be the main focus. So let's probably, or I'm probably going to move on to this area, the chest area. So I'm going to apply the paint on this area in the middle, and then I'm going to fade it out a bit towards the upper edge here. Like I said, want some black to shine through. Some weird music. Ah, it's okay. What did you used to teach? I taught science, biology and science. Marcus, the perfect balance to just act goofy like him. I don't know. Hello guys. I want to do a video with him and then just do his intro instead, you know. And recently, I don't know, I was never a fan of using the black base coat as to shine through, right? So that's it's rather typical for rigid gray, which does this a lot. And never necessarily, you know, again, it's personal preference, right? Personally, I never really like to do that, but this is actually pretty nice, especially for grim miniatures, for dark miniatures that are not necessarily happy fun paint jobs. This is a pretty, and that's what I mean, right? If you know how to use your brush in a way where you can have the black shining through, you don't need to apply a green base coat and then shade it down with a black wash or a non-oil or whatever. You can just do one layer and you're going to have the same result as if you were putting down a base coat and then adding a wash without using a wash. And you're only taking like half of the time to begin with. And then knowing, you know, not having to apply a solid base coat saves you more time. And of course I'm just taking longer because I'm reading the chat and I'm answering and all of that, but that's what I mean with, you know, getting better at brush control and all of that is just going to save you so much time because it opens up shortcuts that you never thought about. But yeah, everyone should paint the way that they enjoy and as fast as they enjoy it. And yeah, it's just. Why is everyone discussing the sound quality? It's fine. Oh, that was long ago. Tattoo ink mixers are the same emotion and much cheaper than vortex mixers. Oh yeah, we could look into that, or I could look into that. I've been painting minis for a couple of months and I think I'm starting to get some basics down. Base coat, some layering, appropriate use of washes. What should I try next? Try painting highlights. Well, you already put highlights, right? But don't just do edge highlights, but try to do volumetric highlights. So just go ahead and look at shapes. If it's a round shape, so for example here, making the light collect a bit more in the middle of these parts, and then I make it darker towards the inside. So that's on a spherical object. If you have a cylindrical object, just study how the reflections work on these and try to paint that, and then also try finding a couple of ways to paint smooth gradients. They don't have to be perfect, but you know, just try to improve them. Yeah, try texture, just try to find a way to use your brush in different ways. And by that I mean try to use it in different ways as far as creating transitions goes, dilution levels, and so on. Try to put yourself in different situations and try to find solutions for them, basically. Damn, there's something here that shouldn't be here. It's more here or something. I don't like that. Hopefully it's gone. Hey B Chromatic, hey Pavel. 2 hours of blending, that looks worse than a simple wash can be said. 2 hours of blending, that looks... Oh, okay. Picking a button to like too hard for many, that's okay. I was wondering how you would deal with damage weathering in shadow areas. Just the same way. What you do is you paint the base color darker, and then you just do the same way with, you know, you apply your chipping and you paint highlights. But because you're, you know, on the lower edges and so on of the chipping, and because your base color is going to be darker, you can just use that base color and mix a bit of a brighter shade and apply it to the chipping below, to the edge highlights of the chipping, and that way the highlight on this part is going to be darker than the highlight on more exposed parts. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm just getting a more consistent paint layer down here in the middle, so that I have something to work off of with the next layers. Ugh, this not the best way to fix a miniature to a base. Yeah, all the stickiness. Yikes. Ever seen the made to order Necron only available this week? It's about the Argus thing. Yeah, I don't like it. What helps you to determine what shadow colors to use? So if you, it's relatively simple. If you have a blue, yeah, if you have a straight up blue, don't just use black to use as a shadow color, or white as a highlight color. Just switch it up. At this point, you know, you can try, maybe you can use a reddish brown. Yeah, you can use a red brown. That's going to make everything look purple, which is, yeah, going to look darker than blue. And then you can still add a bit of black, right? If it's not intense enough, you can still use a bit of black, but don't just use progression like main color, shadow color black, highlight color white. That's not going to look good. Just switch it up, and in most cases you're going to be fine. So for the highlight color, depending on whether or not you want it to be warm, you want the warm feeling in your miniature, you can stay and stick with a yellowish highlight. So, you know, maybe ice yellow or something like that. If you want it to be colder, then you can use a gray. You can use a gray to highlight it, or some I don't know. You can use a skin color to highlight things, or this color, something like undead flesh. And just see how it goes, and if you like it, and if you don't like it, you can always go over it again with the main color and start new. You don't have to do like start to finish. You can always go back and tone down something. I do it constantly, because unless I put paint on the miniature, I don't know what's going to happen. So sometimes I need to put paint on a miniature and see how it looks. If I don't like it, I'm going to change it up and just work over it or whatever. Learn not to waste time when I can use a wash. I have a question. When you paint the miniature and you want to give a light part and a deep shadow part, how do you highlight the shadow part? I have a, when you paint a miniature and you want to give a light part and a deep shadow part, how do you highlight the shadow part? I mean, just make the highlights darker in that area. Just use the color that you used for your shadow color and mix a brighter shade. So for example, I would, how could you say that? Yeah, so for example, this edge here, I'm going to highlight it, and that's going to be the brightest color down here. I'm not going to use any of the brighter colors that I'm going to highlight these edges with. So I still cover like this, but I make this shade that down here is a highlight color. I'm just going to use this as my mid-tone, and then I'm adding a brighter shade like a yellow, ice yellow, whatever, and then I highlight this. But down here, the mid-tone that I use up here is a highlight. You just don't go any brighter in these areas. Hope that made sense, and I hope I understood your question right. Haven't painted in almost a year, but I saw your recent video. You were starting this stuff full time. Super happy for you. Thank you, Gavin. Please teach me how to edge highlight an orc, boys. I mean, edge highlight is basically just running your brush across the edge like this. Edge highlight done. Like this. And then if the, yeah, depending on the shape, you're going to change up your brush, the way you hold your brush and so on. So here, you need to just be more careful, because this edge is not as sharp as the other ones, so you have to run your brush slightly, or just have the, you know, just touch it slightly. Here we can use a bit more pressure. Okay. Why am I so behind on chat? Are there one of the channels of support that are better for? If you mean like what's the best way to support me, then it's always Patreon. You know, other than direct donation, but you know, Patreon always gives you something back. So I can happily accept Patreon pledges because I know people get something out of it, right? Okay, so I'm going to make that highlight up here a bit wider, and then as it curves down, I'm going to take away a bit. I know we spend a lot of time here, but it's all about that, just trying to figure out how far I can go initially. So yeah, I think that's good. So we still have the black in some areas shine through. And it should make for good contrast, maximization of contrast. Yeah, so because we have a dark area here, I think I want to just make this as it curves up a bit brighter. So just here. Yeah, so now I just have to do that on everything else. Let's not talk about TTS. What's TTS? Text to speech? Which way of support is best for you? YouTube, Twitch, Patreon? Do you get more out of? Yeah, so Twitch again. If you have a Prime account, Amazon Prime account, then that's of course one way, because it doesn't necessarily take any additional money from you, right? But other than that, Patreon is the best way, and like I said, with Patreon you do get something out of it at any pledge level. or, you know, YouTube members, of course. Thank you, Sanderman. Thanks for subscribing. Much appreciated. You are amazing. Thank you, Antonio. Can we please get to painting the Necron? Not sure if I missed it, but do you have any tips on shading and highlighting with a liquid gold? Or the alcohol paints? I mean, just the same way, right? If you want to... Yeah. Use it as base color. Just use any brown or whatever you want to. You want the tint of, yeah, what you want to end up, what tint you want to end up with. English is hard. Just use that. How to effectively use sculpting material? What do you mean with effectively? How to get better at using materials? I mean, yeah, practice is the only way to get better. Deliberate practice. Try to set a goal and try to achieve it, and then see why you did not achieve it or why you achieved it, and yeah, do the same thing. If it worked, do the same thing next time, and if it didn't work, try to adjust your approach. Disco Damo, thanks a lot for subscribing. Okay, I think I'm also going to, I'm not going to do a metal head, so metal head, a metallic head. I'm also going to use this color for this area. Watch hop in and say hey before meeting, keep up the great work. Thank you, Mansak Miniatures. Is this live? Yeah, it's just delayed. Yeah, I'm 20 minutes behind. I don't know how that happened. Necron's looking good. Hey, Goobertown. Thank you. Do you know any creative ways to make gray armor more exciting? Yeah, don't start off of a gray. Start off of something else. We can use a desaturated green like this here. Just, you know, as long as... And then highlight with gray. Just don't start off of gray. That's the main problem, that, you know, no gray necessarily in reality is just gray. They always have a bit of a different tint, different hue to them. Okay, so I might be keeping this darker edge here. Just slightly covering, yeah, over the black. Any tips for beginners for blending? Yeah, you need to find a good consistency and remember that it's not just one brush stroke. So you're going to, you can always, you know, paint a, for your highlight, just paint the more opaque color, and then you tone it down, you use a bit more for the diluted color, and then you work on a transition like this. Try different ways to blend, so you can apply a more opaque layer, then you clean your brush, and then you feather out this edge. So that's a way to blend. There's yeah, just don't get stuck in one technique. Try a couple of them and then see what works best for you. Just research all kinds of different blending methods.
How did you find me?
Thank you, Disco Damo. Most of the time when I paint metallics, I use Vallejo aluminum and mix it with transparent inks or spray the inks over it. Yeah, exactly. The King Trevelyan himself. Thank you, Eddie C. Thanks for following Crotal. Hey John, sporting these sexy gogs. Yeah, I mean, I'm old, I need them. I don't see them, the miniatures that good anymore. Thank you, Daedalus Rounds. Voting with my wallet, super happy to you decided to go full time. Looking forward to more content. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think I need a tiny bit of a break. So eventually going to have to go on a small holiday or something like that, because I just jumped into content creation right after school ended. I mean, it's not bad or anything, but I'm feeling it a tiny bit exhausted. But not burned out, so that's good. I bought the 124 paint army painted box set when I started 6 months ago, thinking I wouldn't need any other paint. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, you can make them work, right? It's just there are better paints out there. You don't necessarily have to throw them away. That's just my recommendation is not getting them, because they're not necessarily the best paints out there, but you're still going to be able to paint miniatures with them. Okay. Yeah, sub-assemblies would have probably... So if I just left out... Oh, wait a second. No, you kind of have to assemble them because the joint goes in there. Yeah, but it's a bit tricky. It's not tricky to paint them, it's just tricky to paint it and film it at the same time. Like this, okay, I can paint that edge, but you're not going to see it. Duh. I'm painting my Mortarion right now. Sadly, you didn't pick my Sister of Battle in the contest in Lint. There were a lot of good entries. It's eventually you just have to, you know, as long as there is no open system where someone has to win, unfortunately. There's always going to be a lot of people that are going to be left out, even though it's maybe just a tiny difference to other entries. But it's good to participate, you know, in contests and put yourself out there and try to compare yourself to others. Just don't get too sad, you know, when you compare yourself to people that have been painting yeah, for ages. Just stay realistic about it. Especially if you just started out. So you can always aim high, have ambitions, try to learn, but never put yourself down because someone else is quote unquote better. Because they might have a lot of experience ahead of you. I found myself super inspired by yours and Bahoon's art style. Wanted to take inspiration from both and build it into what I already do. Games Workshop style. How do you balance that? Oh wow. Oh no. I mean, neither of us really paints in a style that necessarily integrates Games Workshop style. Because I mean, other than painting edge highlights, right? But I honestly don't know how to answer that. Let me think about that. So I mean, this is a good example, right? Games Workshop would probably not paint any reflection here in the middle, And so I would recommend looking into volumetric highlighting, and I have a video where I explicitly talk about that, which is the skin video for the Ogroid Myrmidon. Ogroid Myrmidon? I don't know how to talk today, Jesus. Ogroid Myrmidon, it doesn't get any better. Yeah, that video where I paint the skin tones. I go into volumetric painting, how to define shapes and all of that. Yeah, that way you can still do edge highlighting, but at the same time think a bit about how the volumes that you are highlighting should look to make them more credible. I can't say much about Bohum's painting style because I don't know. I haven't done any research, or so if I just said, you know, he's a lot more about dry brushing and working over these initial gradients, that could be true. Could also be wrong because I haven't really studied him, so I don't know. It's always tricky for me to say how other people do something, so. Thanks for subscribing, Clockwork Cupcakes, thank you. I still use some of the same paints out of the starter Vallejo sets I got, yeah. Vallejo paints are fine. Goober Town. 338 viewers and only 250 thumbs ups. Pay attention, people. Thanks Goober Town. Thanks, Brent. Goober Town sounds weird in that context. Thanks for the stream, great to see. In real time I would have slapped too much color and way too fast on the leg of that Necron. Yeah, again, I want to keep a bit of the black for shadows and shades. So up here I'm not going too crazy with it, so I'm not going too dark, because this is going to be a bit more, it's going to catch more light because it's facing upwards. And down here not so much. More of a shadow color at this point, or more in shadows, and should, or needs a bit more of a shadow color. Do you have any tips for beginners for blending? Yeah, work on color transitions. No, work on color. I'll start again. Two aspects: work on color dilution and how much you are going to dilute your colors. So this, for example, is probably not a good consistency for glazing, but it's a good consistency for painting an initial highlight, and then mixing a lighter consistency to have a bit of a glaze consistency. And then second thing is how much paint do you have on your brush. So this is probably too much paint. What if it runs off like this? Too much paint. This is better. It's a bit overexposed. But once you can draw lines with your brush like this, yeah, also like this here, then that's a good consistency to control paint. And then now you see I can just slap on paint and it's going to do exactly what I want, and it's going to cover nicely. And then once you realize that, try to find other ways of blending too. So stippling and so on. There's so many different ways to create a blending. Because here I'm kind of using a glaze consistency, but at the same time I'm using a bit of a more textured approach, as you can see. So yeah, basically it comes down to controlling your brush and thinking more deliberately about what you want to paint and where you want the shadow to be and so on, and where you need to cover with paint and with what dilution. Yeah, that's, or you know, you just do controlled dry brushing if you don't want to think about it too much. But you know, something dry brushed is always going to look dry brushed, and if you don't mind, then that's a good way to do it. Yeah, I don't mean it in a bad way, it's just a fact, right? So you can't magically simulate a glaze blending with a dry brush. And neither can you simulate dry brushing with a glaze layering, right? So I hope that saying it that way also indicates that I'm just trying to state the obvious. I'm not passing any judgment. Do you ever feel guilty when you cut corners like using an airbrush for OSL effects? No, because I mean, it's not necessarily cutting corners, it's just using a very effective method. Doesn't mean, you know, it's just more effective, I would say. Doesn't mean you cannot do it with a brush. You can still do it with a brush, but it's gonna take a lot longer. So and ideally I would say you would probably ideally use both an airbrush and the brush for the maximum, or for the best results, right? So quote unquote best. I did my part and I subbed to Pigeon. Thank you, Be Chromatic. Yes, Gubertown. Sorry, Gubertown. I like the video. I get to annoy Travarian on the regular because I'm a patron. Yeah, true. I spend a lot of time on the Discord. Probably too much time. I would challenge Trough to an 8-hour Thai pad duel. I don't know what that is. Not sure the internet could handle the excitement. Probably not.
The most important thing is funny.
My wife wants to buy me a new paint set. The Vallejo basic set has worked great. Blend to get all colors. Do you mean like not blending? You mean mixing to get all colors? Do you think a wash set or more colors would make sense? Ooh, so I don't know what sets are out there. That's a bit of a problem. I would, so could you ask her maybe? So I will always recommend to think about what colors you might need for your next project and then just move on from there. Couldn't you make it like trying to think effective here, make it a deal for, yeah, then again you will have to order it. So that's the problem, right? I would not buy colors in anticipation of something. I would try to, I would get a mini and then think of whether or not you need additional colors and then just buy those colors. Because if you don't need them, maybe you can mix something from what you already have. It's a tricky question. I don't necessarily think I have a good answer here. Yeah. If you don't have any washes, I would probably go for the washes. Or inks, you know, would maybe even be better. So try a couple of washes like sepia ink, or I don't know, you can get a couple of the shades from Citadel if they still produce them. I would probably just get inks, like the Liquitex, or what are the other ones? Damn, which are the ones that? The Dollar and Rowney, I think, are the other ones. Those are good. Yeah, maybe that's a good. If you are looking forward, or yeah, want to change up the way you paint and broaden your horizon a bit, just get a different type of paint, not just any other acrylic paint.
I'm not surprised.
I would say. Thank you Overvox for subscribing. Do you have recommendation for magnifying goggles, headlamp? Don't use a headlamp. So this is the most basic thing to get, and you can use glasses below. So you just put it over and the glasses go in between. I have a link in the description. Just check out electronic stores, you know, where you get soldering stuff and like hobby stores. That's where they're coming from. I have mine from an RC store. They're selling RC cars. Just do-it-yourself electronic stuff. They usually have them. I just get the very basic one without any lamps. Should be like 10 or 12 bucks. What do you call the glasses he's wearing? Good question. Magnifying glasses. I wouldn't say Richard Gray is my own style, but I have tried to mimic his style and learn so much. Yeah, exactly, right? It's, you can learn from everyone. And you can especially learn from anyone that has found his style, which he clearly has. Hey, miscast. I'm so behind. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm going to do a quick answer round here, right? What do you do when the paint dries up on your brush? I just wash it out. I have it's in the bathroom back there. Just masters. Let me get it. Okay, I'm not doing a good job at quick answer.
How did you find me?
So just always use. I always use this brush cleaner, the Masters brush cleaner and preserver. So after I'm done painting, so when it gets stuck right here, I just wash it out instantly and try to get the stuff out of the ferrule by just cleaning it off of the brush with a paper towel, and then just always use the brush soap when you're done painting. Schminke white ink for highlights. Is it super white or the transparent? No, super white. You want opaqueness in any white you use. You want opaqueness. Not gonna lie, I didn't have snoozing in bed listening to a high quality painting stream on my list for today. Not complaining. I'm happy about that. Have you tried Pro Acryl? Yeah, they're great. So a lot of the paints, well, I would say just a handful of paints are not good. Most paints are good. They are good. Citadel paints are good. Pro Acryl are good. Monument, what? That's Monument, right?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, most of the newer paint ranges like AK, interactive acrylics, they're good, and so on. Start rough and use glazes or more transparent paints to blend the layers. Yeah, exactly. Just establish your highlights is a good way to go at it. You know, like I have a rougher highlight here, so these transitions are not really fixed yet. So down here you can still see the texture. So on the Space Marine I would probably go a bit smoother, but since this is a Necron and he's probably a bit more battered than, you know, because it's so old and has been laying in the dirt or whatever, resting in the dirt. Yeah, just establish your highlights and then work on the transitions is also a good way to learn blending. I've been hesitant to buy the glasses because I'm -6 myopic. which means I see quite sharp up close. Yeah, I mean, it just makes everything bigger, right? And it's not, if you can get them for like 12 bucks, just buy them and try them, and if they don't work, give them to someone else in your community, right? So these are really not expensive. A long time no see. Good evening, and thank you for your video on miniature photography. I thought there's something wrong with me that I prefer painting under 4,000 Kelvin bulbs. Now at least it is two of us. Yeah, I recently switched up to the 4,000 Kelvins, and thanks a lot for the 400 rubles. Unfortunately, I can't pronounce your name. Thanks a lot. Yeah, so to me, I was always painting under slightly more yellow light, and it's still fine, right? It's no problem. But you kind of want to, with the content creation and all of that, you want to be as accurate as possible, and I feel like the 4,000 Kelvin bulbs show a bit more of an accurate color. Yeah, thanks again for the support. Moving more diluted paint into one point line and accumulating the paint there can also create a good blend if you do it enough times. Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, there's so many approaches to blending. What colors are you thinking for the blades? I want to start using the same color that I use for the carapax, and then for the inside I'm probably going for a green, probably. Let's see. Thank you, Crazy Crane, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Would you please paint the Blood Bowl star player for me? I'll get him in the mail immediately. No. What power are your magnifying lenses? 2.5 or 3 times? I'm not sure. 2.5 or 3. Just want to say you're a great painter and great teacher. Keep up the great work. I'm just bad with reading YouTube comments. I need someone to read them out. Don't worry about trying to copy other miniature painting YouTubers. It's not about copying. It's just about finding the balance between people wanting to watch your videos and not just, you know, not just 3,000 people, but, you know, getting the channel out there. And the more viewers you have on the YouTube, the less the Patreon has to kick in. It's just about, you know, I just want to reach more people, but you have to, how to put it, the people don't have to adapt to you, you kind of have to adapt to what the people want to see. So that is the idea behind that, and I'm not going to completely change what I do. But you can learn from better YouTubers, right? And see what works for you. It's the same way with painting. You paint, or you try to learn from better painters and implement it into your own style. And you're not straight up copying them. You're just taking what's good and implementing, or what works for you, and implementing it into your style. But yeah. Watching this, I have no clue what you're going for right now. Just establishing the main colors, the main color, and already taking some of the shadows with me, using some darkness to, or some of the dark base coat to already create shadows. Which brushes are you using? Raphael 8404. Raphael 8404, size 1. Yeah, they form a great tip, so this one isn't as good anymore. This one is on the way out. And yeah, for everyone that always gets a heart attack when there's paint in the ferrule, here you go. Yeah, that's why I always have to clean the brushes. But for me, they're work or tools, so I don't, you know. Yeah, you can see here, it's not that great anymore. But yeah, for me, brushes are tools, and I use them, and even if I sometimes have to get the more expensive ones replaced. Hey bro, just stopping by to thank you for your nice videos. Thank you, Harald. What's your opinion on push fit miniatures? Do you find them convenient or a pain? Yeah, so I always clip the pins off, because a lot of the time they don't go together the way they should, so I have a bit more wiggle room there. But in general, the Games Workshop push fit models have been pretty nice, let's be honest. So you can see here, so I have not assembled this one yet. I can still take him apart. Let's see. Yeah, so you see I clip off the tips, especially when gluing them together. It's going to be, yeah, less of a pain. So you see I just make them shorter and they still go together. But when you put in some glue, typically what happens is the glue fills up the hole on the inside too much, and then the pin doesn't go in all the way, and then you're stuck with these giant gaps. What shade color would work for a red Space Marine? Black or dark purple or dark brown, or there's a lot of things, but I would recommend black. Just mixing it into, you know, you could start with shading with a hollow red type thing, and then just mixing in more black into the hollow red. Don't edge highlight orc skin, it's not a hard surface. Yeah, highlighted volumetric, just like I do with mine, or in my opinion, highlighted volumetric, and you can find a video on how I do that on my channel with the Blood Bowl orc. Darken it with the opposite color on the color wheel. So I'm not a fan of that necessarily. It's not like that always works. It worked pretty nicely, and I'll be honest, I haven't watched that video completely, but John Ninas has a good video where he paints an orc with a basic paint set, and it worked pretty good there. I'm not sure if it was deliberately chosen, you know, if it chose the red to be a shadow color because of that, or if it's even a red, or maybe it's just a red brown, but it works pretty good there. So if you want to check that out, that worked pretty well, but it's not always working. Not always is a complementary color the best way to shade something. But you'll have to try, right? And if it doesn't work, then just put the base color over it and shade it with something else. Where's Angus? What did I miss? Oh, hey Cujo. I get it now. What brand of magnifying glasses are you using? The most basic magnifying glasses you could find. Electronics store is probably going to have it. Anywhere where any store that sells RC cars, for example. I always thought practice makes permanent, not perfect. What? Oh, I mean, sure, yeah, but you need to do like deliberate practice, right? Set yourself a goal and try to achieve it with practice. Don't just practice whatever. It's like learn something from someone you want to learn something, as in, you know, go on a YouTube channel or go on Instagram and find something you want to learn. Maybe ask them, how did you do it? Sometimes they answer. And then just try to deliberately achieve that result. Give me a second. Okay. Love the channel. Do you paint every model with lenses on? Yeah. I'm getting old. It's a fact. And your near sight is not getting better with age. So I would say in the last 7 years, 5 years, I'm painting everything with lenses or glasses. Just need a new album here.
First, I would like to just get to know you.
Sean Mitchell, thanks a lot for joining the YouTube members. If you practice something wrong, you just learn how to do it wrong. Always found that helpful. Yeah, like I said, try to find something you want to learn and try to mimic that. Our brains learn naturally as we do things, so practicing mindfully will always improve your skill. Exactly. That awkward painting on camera posture, people don't know the struggle. Yeah, so it's not nice, right? But this has worked. This has worked. But yeah, it's awkward. And yeah, if I could choose, I would just paint off camera. Painting on camera is not necessarily fun. That's the only downside to creating videos with miniatures or about miniature painting. I was just at a Games Workshop store today. The guy had a bunch of Beast Snagger boxes left since none of the orc players in the area were interested. Anyway, wasn't allowed to get anything other than me. Interesting. So here I am without Beast Snaggers. Yeah, the one that's riding a shark, basically. I want to paint that one. Are the glasses comfortable? Every time I use a magnifier I get dizzy. Yeah, I don't have that problem. I think it's more a thing where it doesn't matter what magnifier you use, you always get dizzy or not, right? So, but they're comfortable. Yeah, I barely notice them because they're just a bit of wire. What size brush are you using? Size 1. Raphael size 1 is a bit bigger than, for example, Winsor and Newton. I noticed that good painters are seemingly painting more messy and refine it over time. Yeah, exactly. I cannot build up 10,000 layers. I'm used to do that, but it's not practical, right? You just slap on paint, establish that sketch, see if it works, and then just refine it. When I started, and that way you're not afraid to put paint on, right? Because you know you can refine it afterwards. When I started, I was more of a color by numbers approach with base coat, mid, highlight. Exactly. Yeah, it's. I mean, anything you enjoy is fine, right? I just enjoyed this more messy approach in the beginning and then refining it. Thanks for answering the brush question, Pacific Warlords. I'm finally going to buy brushes other than Games Workshop brushes. Yeah, I'm thinking about making a video about the Games Workshop accessories, but now that Darren Latham said the Heavy Metal team is watching my videos, I don't know. Well, he didn't say that, he just said, you know, he messaged me and said maybe the Heavy Metal team should make a video about how to fix YouTube channels, and I said, yeah, true. I'm bad at YouTube, help me. Yeah, it was meant in a fun way. So this paint looks pretty thin. Yeah, it's really thin. On top of a wet palette, it stays pretty wet. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I didn't. Oh, how are you keeping your paint from drying out on your brush? Are you using thinners? No, on the reservoir it has a really large. Oh, it's splitting again. Oh no. I need to get a new brush. Yeah, so the reservoir is pretty big on these brushes. That's why there's some moisture up there all the time. And the paint just runs off of the brush and pulls down some of the moisture again. Very interesting to watch you build up layers of the same color. Yeah, you can, exactly right, you can use the same color, just use, so this is a bit brighter here in the middle, this is brighter, but that's just because I only did one layer on the outside over a darker paint, and it doesn't necessarily have to be black, it can be a darker shade of this color, and then in the middle I just used more layers of it, and that way we gradually build up a gradient. So that's another way to blend, right? Or to create a color transition. Chris has a bit of a delay with the chat. Fun hanging out here though. A bit of, wait, that's, oh Jesus, like half an hour. Ever had an issue with, I don't know why I can't catch up. Ever had an issue with paint drying quickly with the brush, even when using a wet palette? No, also so I'm in a basement, right? So where I paint is not really warm, it's cooler down here, so the paint doesn't dry in. So I'm kind of lucky in that regard. So yeah, like you said, humidifier can help a ton. Live chat gang. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, I don't know why I can't catch up. I'm moving soon and my hobby spot will no longer be in the hottest room in the house. Yeah, that helps a lot. Definitely my paint dries much faster. Hasn't dipped the brush in ages. Yeah, again, it's the brush. Just get a larger brush with a reservoir and a good tip and you're going to be fine. Does anyone know what the headgear is? Basic magnifying glasses. The most basic magnifying glasses you can get. You're way behind with reading the chat. Yeah, I am. Too bad Games Factor right on free advertising. Yeah, I mean, I still like the models, right? What should I do? Not paint the models that I enjoy. But I definitely, yeah, don't agree. But then I also don't run a company. So I don't know what the reasoning was, but of course it's crap that you can't get the animations anymore. It sucks. And that they had to remove them. Do you play any Warhammer or just enjoy the painting? What factions are closest to your heart? So Necrons, I enjoy those a lot. With Age of Sigmar, I wouldn't know which I would paint other than maybe vampires. So I always like vampires, but I wouldn't necessarily play them. With 40k I would play Necrons, I think. Yeah. And then I also am a sucker for Space Marines, but I would not play them. I would only play, if I had to paint an army, it would be Necrons, because I feel like you could do a lot more with them. Just dark color schemes, a lot of weathering and all of that, and then just have the eyes glow and all these parts glow and so on.
Nice to meet you.
Dalarani paints gray is the best thing. Yeah, exactly. What's the difference between inks and washes? Not a lot. Goobertown can, so Brent can maybe answer that properly. But both, I would say, is liquid or dissolved pigment. Inks are just a tiny bit more, how would you call it? Like opaque, maybe? Or intense, almost. Are you working on any Golden Demon entries at the moment? Are you going to enter any more in the future? I'm not working on any right now, simply because I just came off of basically working 3 jobs and I didn't have time. So the only thing I painted had to be for content. Every time I painted it was for content. And you can't really paint Golden Demon winners on stream or on a video. You can paint and show certain aspects, but it will always look worse, as if you could just focus on painting the miniature. Yeah. But I definitely want to enter, but I'm not. It's not that high on my list anymore. It's still fun to enter, but it puts me in difficult moods, right? But then I also did not plan to enter, or I did not plan to become third in the Ever Chosen in 2019. So, but it happened. So, but yeah, going there was fun. Going to the finals was definitely fun. I think he mentioned in the previous video that he'll no longer enter Golden Demons because his painting style doesn't match today's requirements. That's not necessarily true. I just developed my painting style a bit. I would just have to. I'm painting a bit more sloppy. It's more about putting, you know, sketches down and working more with, how to say, it's a less refined painting style, and I don't want to spend that much time on getting every single dot, every single pixel perfect, because that's what you have to do nowadays with Golden Demons. Because you can only win a Golden Demon if your miniature is perfect. If there's any mistake, you're gone. And I don't want to focus on mistakes. I want to focus on positives. Just working on atmosphere and stuff like that. That's way more interesting to me than getting every pixel perfect. But there's definitely people that like this style and that like to spend 200 hours on a paint job. And that's fine. And they will always win Golden Demon. Because, yeah, that's the way they weed out quote unquote bad paint jobs by counting the mistakes. Raphael Air Force 04 size 2s are near impossible to find now. To me they are a tiny bit too big. If you're painting larger scales, they're good. But if you paint warhammer stuff, 32, 28 millimeters, I would recommend getting the size 1s. But yeah, the painting has evolved, or a lot more people are painting and a lot more people are watching YouTube videos, and a lot of painters are recommending the Raphael. So there's a shortage. I think if you do more beginner and intermediate level painting videos, you might reach more painters. Yeah, but I mean, none of my latest videos was really all that difficult. Was at the max intermediate. The YouTube, the Aviat and Metal, Space Marine videos were a bit out there maybe, but I haven't done an Aviat and Metal video in ages. Yeah, but yeah, and I also have like really basic paint jobs, like the Necron scheme is really basic. I don't know how much further down I have to go. Maybe it would have been just a good thing to pretend like I can't paint at all, you know, or I just started, and you can follow me on my journey as I learn. I don't know. I'm stuck in between a rock and a hard place. I don't want to complain because I make the videos I want to, and then if someone's watching them, that's fine. And if they feel like they can't learn anything, that's fine too. But I know that a lot of people can still learn things from the videos I make, so. And if you need to any more basic videos, then there's a lot of them out there anyway.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Thank you Nuno Castro for joining the Patreon at the $10 level. Thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot Creek. I also like the core of Creek. So when I get my hands on some of the plastic ones, I'm going to paint those too. Hey, love your videos. How long do you use your pencil to paint? What? I'm sorry, Bernard. I don't know what that means. Do you suffer from depth perception with the magnifying glasses? What? Suffer? You mean if I can't properly see the depth, I don't have any issues. It's just, you know, I've always been fine working under a microscope. So for my studies, I had to work under a microscope and then use the hand-eye coordination. I never had any problems. This is great to watch. Thank you, Knight. It's probably painful watching me trying to catch up on chat and I never manage. Oh, it's hard to tell what a brush is. Yeah, try doing hand-eye coordination exercises. The delay is for people to make harder stream sniping. Yeah, exactly.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, I'm almost caught up. Boycott Games Workshop. Yeah, it's up to you, man. Everyone has to make their own decision, right? I'm definitely not saying, or whenever Games Workshop does something I don't agree with, I'm saying it. I'm not sucking up to Games Workshop or whatever. But again, I still like the miniatures. It's not like, I mean, we've always had, you know, big companies trying, quote unquote, trying to protect their IPs, and yeah, I mean, it's corporate decisions, right? Everything's for the shareholders and to maximize money. But I will be lying if I said, okay, I don't want to paint their miniatures anymore, which is simply not true. Yeah, and the models have become better and better lately. That's a fact too. But yeah, if you hate what they're doing, you definitely should vote what you want. What's your go-to abuse brand? Brush brand. That's an interesting typo. Yeah, Raphael 8404. Broken Toads are nice. The version 3, V3 or generation 3 or whatever, they're nice. Do you think 6500 Kelvin nights would be too bright? I mean, it's not a brightness thing. It's how it's describing what color they are, right? So if you like the color that they give, you should go for it. Just joined in. Any chance of painting Belacor in the future? It's a big model. I mean, I should probably just paint it, not, you know, like I just described, not going super in detail, but just trying to get the atmosphere done. I would like to do that, but then I also don't want to paint buy a Belacor model at the moment. I don't even know. Is he like 110 bucks or is he cheaper? Curious how many viewers are actually artists with average Joes like me. Yeah, I mean, again, it's not. So I can just put videos out there and think what I find could be interesting. So if I don't know. I mean, obviously the best miniature videos are not where you are painting miniatures. It's about talking about the most expensive miniature there is for Warhammer. Those are the most, you know, how to say, successful videos in the miniature painting sphere at the moment. Just an example. So should I do that? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I would want to do them. Should I make videos where people can relate a bit more? Yeah, definitely. Should I try to paint worse than I do? I mean, how am I doing that? And like I said in the beginning, it's a lot of people don't realize that trying to be better at miniature painting is also going to make you so much faster. So do I need to play into the meta? Do I need to be a copy of whatever anyone else is doing? I don't think so. I mean, am I whining about my viewer count? No, not really. And no one deserves a viewer count. I can't complain about my viewer count. It's way higher than I expected I would ever go in the beginning. So it's fine. It's going to come together, and I'm just going to try and make better videos, try to reach a lot more people. And if the way I paint doesn't resonate with you, that's fine too. There's so many other people out there that paint in a different way, and you can prefer those people, right? You can still watch me for I don't know, saying how bad my videos are. I don't know, if you don't get anything out of my videos, that you don't have to watch them, it's fine too. Yeah, we all just try to find some happiness in what we do, and if people share, you know, the passion or like what you do, then that's better, and if they don't, then they don't, and that's their prerogative. I don't know how to say that word. Yeah. Sup nerd. Hate the silent empress. How's it going? Just oh, we had that. You have been a huge inspiration in my push to become a better painter, so thank you. Yeah, you're welcome, Jake in the box. I'm happy that, you know, as many people watch the videos as they do. And it's even better if they can learn something from it. And can I buy all your models? Wait, oh, that's in response to someone else. He has a video on that topic. On which one? Oh, about the lights, yeah. I always knock stuff over when I wear my magnifiers. Yeah, I can see that happening. What's your opinion on oil painting washes? It's cool. It's a good, well, how to say that? It's like with airbrushes, right? It's a nice way to get things done quickly. And I like the results most of the time. Personally, I don't like how they behave. It's not a way I want to paint. Doesn't, you know, say that you shouldn't be painting that way. If you enjoy them, paint that way. Personally, I don't like the way that it works. To me, it's more like a technical paint, and I just enjoy putting pigment where I want it to go without having to rub it off afterwards, if that makes sense. So but yeah, that's not a knock on oil washes or whatever. I just personally don't like the way the way you have to paint with them, quote unquote, have to paint them. Honestly, like that you make more intermediate level videos, since there is already so many good beginner videos. Yeah, exactly. If you had to paint a mini in the style of a movie, which movie would you choose? Wow, that's a hard question. I'm not sure if I can answer that right now. Something I want to do for a video is doing a monochromatic miniature. So now I only need to find a movie that's monochromatic. But yeah, something like that. Okay, let's do this side. Yeah, I'll think about it, and hopefully I'm going to come up with one. We had to paint. Oh, we had that. What was your first thought when you saw the new dragon models of Games Workshop? They look very friendly. And one reminds me definitely of the alien. Okay, yeah, I don't know. I haven't. I saw them. But I haven't studied them in depth yet. So I can't say much. I need to look at them after the stream. Okay, so I'm putting down that brightest highlight and then switching to a more diluted opaqueness. working on the transitions. And it's maybe too much. I have no idea who this man is. Who this man is. I was just recommended the stream and now I'm watching it. I'm enjoying it either way. Thank you, Lizzie. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, watching miniature painting, I mean, now I just try to catch up on the chat, right, and wasn't painting much. I think in a live stream setting, miniature painting is kind of relaxing to watch. But it's not super interesting in a YouTube video necessarily, unless you want to learn something, right? So that's quite interesting, the difference. That's funny. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching, by the way. And thanks for chatting. So I'm not stopping yet, but just wanted to say thanks for coming out. So a lot of viewers here today. So thanks for that. You deserve the viewer count. No, I mean, the way I meant that statement is you don't. So what you should do and what you need to do is put out good videos, right? And if you do good videos, then you'll get viewers. You can't expect to put out any video and bad videos and whatever, however you want to define good or bad, right? In that context, you know, you could film on a potato camera and it could still be a good video because of the content, because of what's happening. Or you can have the highest quality camera and what you're doing on camera is just boring and no one watches it or no one's interested. So I hope that clears up what I mean. But you know, you can't put out bad videos and expect everyone to want to watch it. That will be really arrogant. So no one deserves an audience in that regard. You need to make good content, and then hopefully, you know, people will like what you do. That's the way I meant it. Would you say that Patreon is a good way to improve your painting? Yeah, definitely. My Patreon is the best way to improve your painting. 100%. You should have joined yesterday. No, but so the way I structure my Patreon is that I have a few basic videos that build or that show the basics, and then all of the other stuff builds on that, and I try to expand into different areas. So yeah, I would say my classes on Patreon can teach you a lot of stuff, and because they're structured that way, they are. Yeah, I thought about what a beginner needs, and then I did that, or tried to do that, and I'm constantly trying to improve it too. So I'm going to do a few more videos that connect the really basic stuff or the basics videos with the other videos a bit more. So yeah, I'm constantly trying to improve my teaching too. So. But yeah, even, you know, if you join the Patreon for a month and then you kind of realize, nah, it's not necessarily how I want to paint and so on, I'm 100% sure you will still learn at least something. So, and then you can just, you know, quit again if it's not for you. I'm 100% convinced of that. Okay. I don't like that those two dragons are basically the same model. Yeah, I need to look into it. I had the same feeling, but I haven't looked at them too closely yet. So I want to add a bit of direction here. I think this is a good brush stroke to use here. Yeah, that way we have a bit of a line pattern. I love your input on my Necron's color palettes. I'm painting them like T. Oh, you would love. Okay, yeah, I mean, you. Wait. I'm painting them like T800. Metal bodies with red glow and black armor vehicles. I want to highlight the black with blue. Teal or deeper blue. Yeah, I mean, I always prefer teal in any situation to, or in most situations, to a more primary blue. So I might be biased, but yeah, that's what I would do. But again, I might be biased. I'm an avid miniature painter and former DM in D&D. Spent several years only knowing Games Workshop's methods. So grateful I found you a year ago, finally actually learning how to paint. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, again, it's, I mean, I can just put my stuff out there and I hope that enough people find it interesting. It's not about maximizing those viewer numbers, right? But it just kind of has to. It would be a lot easier if I had a lot of viewers, put it that way. But I'm not complaining again. Quit being so critical of yourself. You are one of the masters of miniature painting. You're great. Your videos are great. Thank you. I don't know. I mean, you don't get any better if you're not criticizing your own stuff. And I wouldn't call it criticizing necessarily. It's more about being reflective or thinking about what you put out and how you can constantly improve it. So that's that has helped with getting better with miniature painting. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a bad trait. Okay, next. Sometimes it's so hard to get the right angle to paint some parts on the mini. Yeah, it is, but you can always paint in sub-assemblies. For example. Yeah, I agree. like I said, especially if you are hitting on cam. Bellacore costs 110 euros. Yeah, that's not necessarily something I want to spend at the moment. Sometimes it's, oh, we had that. Quit me, oh, we had that too. I watched a ton of YouTube videos from a lot of people and learned a lot. Lately though, I find myself gravitating to few creators that I learn from best. Yeah, exactly. Happy to say I'm watching more of you recently. I'm happy too. Good to hear. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, isn't it just wonderful that everyone can find something that they find appealing on YouTube? Like I don't know, I like Miscast for his more Miscast and 52 Miniatures for the more narrative styled videos. For example, that's something I like to watch. And then there's a ton of creators out there that I can learn from. And even if it's just a tiny thing to pick up from a painting channel, something where someone uses a different style to paint and so on. It's just great. And you don't have to have a favorite, right? You can watch all of them. I mean, of course, it takes time to watch videos, but I mean, let's face it, right? If we want to watch videos, we can find the time. So, for example, I just stopped watching TV altogether a few years ago, and I just consume YouTube content, or yeah, podcasts and stuff like that instead. Hey, thanks for the inspiration. You're doing great videos and I learned a lot from them. Thank you, Dimitri. Thanks a lot. I don't like the pose of the new dragons. Monochromatic movies, Sin City. Yeah, I didn't want to say Sin City. Because monochromatic, I didn't necessarily think about black and white. I'm thinking more about shades of blue, right? Or hues. Yeah, shades of blue, for example. Is that grayscale? Yeah, exactly. Does anyone know any good metallic paints out there? I've been struggling to guard with. Yeah. You just buy this. Where is it? It's gone. Oh no, here we are. You just buy these. Like 2 or 3 shades. So I have aluminium, white aluminium. I have dark aluminium, and I have steel, and I'm super happy with those. And typically I only use 2. I use the white aluminium and the dark aluminium. Oh yeah, here we are. White aluminium and dark aluminium. And I don't even use the steel all that much because you can just shade them. Or mix in a bit of black and then you have a darker color. Yeah, those 2. Vallejo acrylic metal airbrush colors. This is what you need. The only color, the only metallic colors you need. Personal opinion. It's all another meal for my Kragnos. Oh, if you want to have both dragons, you gotta buy them twice anyway. Nah, that makes sense. Hey, the Golden Demon Compendium, how's it going? Thank you. What I can read to increase my understanding of painting? You can... So there's a couple of books. You can get Figopedia probably, by Jeremy Bonamont Teboul. I don't know. It used to be called Dragon, something. Yeah, just Figopedia is going to bring it up. That's like an evergreen book. Yeah. Then you can use James Gurney, Color and Light. You can find the link in the description to that one. Those are good books to start with. Yeah, that's going to give you something to read. Have you used oil and miniatures rather than acrylics? I found it makes non-metallics far more fun. Also, Nosferatu and Metropolis are monochromatic. Oh yeah, right. I mean, but those are black and white, right? It's, yeah, still a form of monochromatic, but it's not necessarily. Black and white was not necessarily. I mean, if I look at this, right, it reminds me more of old sepia colored photographs. That's what I'm thinking about, but I don't necessarily know a movie. But yeah, I haven't used oils. I mean, I have used oils, but I don't like them. It's personal preference, right? It's not the way I want to paint. I want to put layers of paint on and then be able to work over that quickly and not have to wait. How to say that? I want to spend time with a miniature and want to have a go at it, and I don't want to paint one aspect, then put it away, wait for it to dry, do something else, come back the other day when everything is dry. So that's not necessarily the way I want to paint. Not saying that oils are bad, right? Disclaimer. They're just not for me. Thank you for taking the time to show this. You're welcome. Hey WSC Miniature. How am I so far behind again? Thanks for your chipping tutorial guide. It's up my painting game so much. Ah, you're welcome, Ergon. I won't buy them anyway. Wait, the dragons? Okay, because I'm not into Age of Sigmar. I just don't like the fact that Games Workshop produces a single model, adds some fancy armor as an option, and then advertises it as if it were two different models. Ah yeah, I get that. It's the first time I watched your stream and you paint one of my favorite miniatures. There you go. Good to know. Yeah, I have waited a long time to get back to the Necrons. While learning how to paint miniatures, is there a threshold of how much time you spend on painting a miniature before you end up with diminishing results? I mean, just do the 90-10 rule, right? Because, I mean, when deliberately practicing, you are probably just trying something on a miniature. So you get practice miniatures is my recommendation, and then you try something you always wanted to try, and once you achieve that, then put it away and get another miniature and try something else. And then after a couple of these practicing runs, just put it together on one miniature. And then of course there's, you know, when you just want to practice light interaction with surrounding areas, then just put that down and don't try to just put down the light situation, and don't practice or don't try to get everything smooth. That's not the place at this point, right? Then you're also going to, so for another miniature, you're going to practice blending things together, and then you can, once you're better at blending, you can go back and blend the color interactions together better. And eventually you're just going to do that on a whole miniature. But I don't know how else to answer it. I don't think there's like a straight answer to that. There's a couple of aspects to it. Hey, mini hobby therapy. Excited that you're going full time. I've always been impressed by your skills and what you offer. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you for the 6 easy tips to go beyond tabletop standard. It's the video I recommend to other people. Thank you, OC Panda. Yeah, it was a fun video to make, and I'm glad I put it into 2 videos, where I have like a more beginner focused video and then that one on top. Usually 2-parters don't work, but these topics were distinct enough, I guess, to make it work. This is awesome. Have always loved your work. It's very cool to see it live. Thank you, Trevor. Yeah, I haven't had that much progress today because there was just so many questions, and I was so far behind. I'll try to make that better for next time. I'll try to answer faster. What's the brand model of that magnifying glasses? It's generic basic magnifying glass I picked up at an electronics store. Just pick up smog instead. Yeah, you could do that. I was more surprised the dragon was even a multi-part kit. Lord of the Print Dragons, that's a golden standard for printing. I don't know these, unfortunately. You're welcome, Mr. Green. How open are you to private classes again? Vienna resident here, fully vaccinated. Yeah, it's not so much about I just don't have the time necessarily. When I'm on a bi-weekly schedule now for YouTube, it's taking 5 hours out of the week where I'm not working on a video is kind of tough. And I mean, I have like 1 or 2 classes each month, and adding on top of that is just going to take away a lot more time, so it's tricky. I want to, so like private classes, you could contact me and ask about and then I can tell you when I have the next opening. But what I really want to do again is in Vienna is the weekend classes, so 1 or 2 days maybe, with a couple of attendees at the WoW World of, what are they called? World of Warhammer and Keepers in Löschenkorgasse, 14th district, I think. So I want to do workshops there again. Do you have a list anywhere of the gear that you use for filming your videos? Yeah, there is. It's under each YouTube video, in the description of each YouTube video. Have you ever used Green Stuff World's metal fillers? I don't know. No, sorry. It's your first stream. How does it feel? My first stream? It's not my first stream necessarily. It's just the first stream after going full time. I guess. So it doesn't necessarily feel any different from the other streams. Yeah. It's the same thing. Painting off camera, usually. Okay, that's too opaque. My brush is really not doing too well. It needs a bit of Master's brush cleaner. Yeah, let's do it this way, just covering all the areas. Oh wait, I'm still not caught up, am I? I started using a camping headlamp if I need to paint in weird angles. Oh, I see, yeah. I guess that would make sense. Are you thinking of making some more videos discussing painting stuff with Vince Venturella? Thinking, yes. They're not necessarily super popular for some reason. So I would hesitant to do one. But well, not hesitant, but I just want to get a few videos out that might get a few more views before that again. So but in general, yes. Ugh, that's not my best. Nah, then again, I think it's fixed. But yeah, I want to invest a bit more time into planning these videos. Maybe not scripted, but getting into situations where I can do a bit more of an intro. So just like the one with the one where I talk about, or where we talk about color theory, I think that one had just the right amount of dialogue combined with stuff that I just explained. I think it needs to be a bit more like this, but not every topic is lending itself to that approach. But yeah, I personally just like these videos, but I can understand why they're maybe not the most popular videos. Okay, painting off cam. I've not seen any content creator recommending any other than Vallejo Mezzocolor. It's so good. Yeah, exactly. The Matrix seems fairly monochromatic in green. Yeah, something like that. Exactly. Any good gold paint recommendation? I mix my own golds. And so if you check the video where I talk about metallics compared to non-metallic metals, I don't like to use golds because of that reason. Hey Vince, how's it going? I hope so. Yeah, I need to. Again, I came off of working 3 jobs, so I'm a bit behind in, or how would you say that even? I just wanted to create a couple of videos. I was really motivated for that, and now I just need to get into the rhythm a bit. I'm a tiny bit tired, let's put it that way. Not, you know, not burned out, just tired, and I need to find the rhythm again. I don't know how Vince does it, by the way. So he works like a 40-hour job, and then on top of that he does a million videos and a million live shows. No idea how he does it. So I'm definitely not like that. I can't do it. He probably doesn't sleep, right? Do you sleep at all, Vince? What color are you thinking for the weapons? I'm probably going to do them in the same color and just do in between areas that are metallic to break up the monotony a bit. But I haven't decided yet. Going to do the carapax first. Hey Gerard. There have been more than a handful of times where I have painted the same thing on a mini over 10 times, just trying to figure out how I want to paint it. Yeah, but that's the way it goes sometimes, right? I don't ever have everything planned out. I don't know. I think my brain's too small for that. So I just slap on some paint and then I double check if it's the way I want it to be. And if it's not, then I just change it around. Yeah. You adapt and then you do something else. Any tips on shading big flat surfaces vehicles? So I would recommend watching scale modelers, how they do it. They have a couple of approaches that I don't know the name of. But yeah, they have a couple of approaches how they shade armor plates or, you know, tanks and so on. And they're not necessarily all realistic, but they work. So you could, or you should probably check that out and decide which one you want to do, which approach you want to do. Practicing specific techniques on random miniatures I already have helps. Keep my gray pile of shame smaller, definitely. Who let Vince Venturella in here? Your bounces are not doing the job. What? Do you mean like Vince is too crazy for the stream? Yeah, I can see that. Crazy man. Very interesting. The link you have for the headset in the UK and Amazon is broken. Okay, I need to look into that. This chat has had the cast of the miniature painting Avengers roll through. Oh, okay. It's great to see the support from other creators. Yeah, definitely. You make 2 videos a week, that's a lot. Yeah, I'm trying to. You know, trying to do 2 YouTube videos and keep up with the Patreon content. And we will see. Maybe I have to adapt. But that's what I planned, at least. Looking forward to those weekend workshops. Oh yeah, they are going to happen again. Is there any tips or drills that can be practiced to improve, like drawing letters to get better at brush control and flow? I would just try blending colors together, so that could be your goal, right? And then just alternate the way you do it. Try stippling, try glazing, try in alternating your dilution, the amount of color you have on the brush and so on, and just have a goal of trying to create a gradient. And then you can do that with stippling, and you can do that with glazing and so on, and just practice this. Just have your goal be I want to create a gradient, for example. Now that you went full-time, are you planning to do some real-life workshops as well in Vienna? Yeah, I just said that. I'm going to do some workshops again on the weekend, but I don't know when exactly, and we still have like COVID, and I don't know what is okay to do, what is allowed to do, and so on, and it could change just within a week or within a few weeks. So I don't want to plan something that's not happening. It's a bit tricky. Okay. Yeah, I almost think. Okay. Yeah, let's just move on to a couple of other areas. Let's see.
People come and people go through high streets we know. Dark and light, day and
Wait, 2 videos a week? No, 2 videos a month. 2 YouTube videos a month, and then the Patreon videos. So
Gotta mean something when you're misunderstood.
yeah, because for the Patreon videos I can focus a lot more on the teaching aspect, right? It doesn't have to be super polished. I still have like the 4K quality and all of that, but or the clear picture quality, let's put it that way. But it doesn't have to be super polished, and you don't have to find ways to engage the audience and all of that. So the Patreon videos are a bit less time consuming to create. I can just focus on the painting and on the teaching. Crack. Vince is some sort of mutant, exactly. Finally I'm able to catch a stream. Big fan, thank you. Thanks for the over at Myrmidon video. Got my mini assembled, got my paints ready, and I will try to mimic your style. Yeah, that's what they are there for, right? So good luck. When I pre-paint or pre-plan a paint job, it always comes out worse than if I go into it with only the idea of the colors. Yeah, exactly. That's, I mean, not necessarily worse, right? If I want to do a competition miniature, I plan a lot more, but it's not that much fun. Dot filtering is one method scale modelers use. Dot filtering? Never heard of that. You're not as pretty as Wargamer girl. Okay. Well, you're a good dude. Happy to see you make the move to full-time YouTube. Super excited to see the content you come up with. Thank you. Yeah, me too. Me too. I have a list of like 20 videos I want to do. And I constantly add more. They literally use dots of oil paints, usually blues. Oh yeah, and then they streak them out. But that's not necessarily... that's a form of adding color variation and reality and credibility, right? It's not necessarily the way you you paint the initial cells or shapes. Non-metallic stippling. Oh, not non-metallic stippling. I wish that Ninja guy would do more videos. I mean, his videos are pretty high production quality, and he also has a job, right? So, I mean, he's pretty, how would you say, productive under those circumstances, I think. Yeah, me too. Well, there you go. I was here this whole time thinking he was German until someone said Vienna. Well, if I was German, I would be speaking English more like this. But now I talk English a bit more like this. It should have given away my origin. Some favorite YouTube creators watching one of my favorite YouTube creators. Inception. What effects are you going for this project? Just really bettered armor, probably. Yeah, and then I want to use a bit of the, I don't know, green fluor maybe, we'll see, for the inside of the chest. Yeah, so basically I want to play around a bit more with the different armor scheme, and then with the glowing parts. Honestly, I think I will fill these gaps. I don't know why I didn't check whether or not the filler worked. Kinda annoying. Any idea if there are any magnifying glasses that fits with normal glasses? Yeah, these. You can see there's a lot of space in between. So you just put those. You put your glasses in between. Ninja is doing well for a new channel, especially since he isn't solely doing YouTube. Yeah, exactly. What are some videos you don't want to do? Painting an army in 24 hours. Painting an army on the weekend, over the weekend. Speed painting the crap out of whatever. Stuff like that. Hello from Australia, you're my #1 inspiration. Painting 3K of Necrons based on one of your videos. Thanks, that's nice. That's a lot of videos. I mean, that's a lot of models to paint, right? But I'm glad it helped. I use a size 0 Raphael 8404. Other than holding more paint, what's the advantage of a size 1? Yeah, nothing really. Holding more paint. The Trovinator. You do a really good Schwarzenegger accent. Are you Californian? Yeah, I'm from California.
The most important thing is money.
Terrible Arnold, solid German, great stream. Thank you, James. Not saying I don't like the rest of your videos, you are all massive. Oh, okay. Lots of inspiration. This already looks better than all my minis. No, I don't believe that. Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect so many people to show up and talk, which was awesome for me, honestly. But we didn't get a lot of painting done. But yeah, thanks a lot for showing up, guys. And thanks for all the support, like James and all the donations. Do you paint everything assembled or do you use sub-assemblies? Depends on the miniature, right? Here I feel like so it's a bit tricky having to paint on camera and reaching all of these things, right? So I do like this and then move. But if I could just lean back and do like this, if I didn't have to care where the camera is, it's not a big deal. Yeah, so if I could choose, I would probably have not done this arm, but it integrates when you assemble it. It integrates. I could have just cut out the parts that stick out. Yeah, but I didn't, so it's gonna be fine. I just want to. It's not that necessary to have everything down here painted, right? If he has, I just need to bring all the color in there, and then if there's detail on there or not, it doesn't matter that much. Hey, I'm planning a heavy bolted devastator along with you in the Iron Snakes chapter, Carlos. You're the best brother, God bless you. That was a bit random, but thanks, Autumn. Kujo, I've only found your YouTube channel like 3 weeks ago. Oh, I only found your channel 3 weeks ago, and I've already watched most of them 2-3 times. Yeah, Kujo has a very similar focus as I have with the painting. I don't want you to do any of the gimmick videos either, as much as I enjoy folks who've done those videos. I don't find that they help me learn. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of people to watch out there, and that's long, you know. But it's a good thing that everyone is slightly different, right? Just want to say you're great. Thank you, Haley's Red Comet. Hope to one day see the return of your painting some confrontation. Yeah, I have one video planned where I do a confrontation mini. I just haven't picked out which one. Take that, Torvarian. Help me. Yeah, the amount of people that spell my name wrong is funny, but I think it's because in English there's no ON. Words with ON are really uncommon. Saying that the ON in the end, right? With the ending, it's more AN. And now I said that, people are going to bombard me with words that end on ON. Oh, there we go. Help, I'm stuck. If you classify the skills needed for miniature painting into beginner, intermediate, and advanced categories, which one would be in each category? The number one skill, or the number one thing to realize on the way to your not being beginner or intermediate is that there are no techniques. There's only ways to hold the brush and to stroke the brush or the miniature with your brush, right? No, but so what do you consider a technique? A technique would be edge highlighting, right? I guess dry brushing, edge highlighting. So the question that a beginner asks is, how do I dry brush this to look like that? When I don't know if that's going to make sense. Let me word it and then maybe I can clear it up. Usually a painter that is more experienced has a final picture in mind, just roughly, and then he uses whatever way to hold the brush or to apply the paint to the miniature that it's going to end up looking like that. So if I want, so what was the goal here? I wanted more solid areas in the middle of these areas, and then have a shadow color or a shade color towards the outside, and also have a bit of texture showing. So the question a beginner would ask, what technique did you use? And I didn't use a single technique here, right? I did not use dry brushing, I did not use layering, I did not use glazing. I was just using different opaquenesses, is that a word? Of paint, different dilution of paint, different brush strokes. And if I switch my brush stroke around here to go like this, and then I glaze over that again, is that a technique? How would you call it technique? It's right. I hope that makes sense. So it's not thinking in techniques, but just in ways to get where you want to be. But then you could say there is a lot of people who only paint with stippling, and then you can say there's people that paint opaque layers, and each layer is just a slight shift in brightness to where the highlight goes. And then I say, yeah, sure, then they paint with one technique, right? But that's not necessarily the way I paint. So I don't want to be stuck in techniques. I just try to find new ways to do something with the brush and the paint in combination to achieve my goals. It's not easy to describe, but that's basically why I don't think if you want to make progress, you shouldn't think in techniques, because it's easy to get stuck. When you're a beginner, obviously it's good to learn the difference between a solid layer, an opaque layer, and maybe layering, and learning the difference between glazing. That's why I made a layering and glazing video ages ago, right? It was one of the first videos I made. And then you can expand from there, and you can understand that you can combine the two, and you can use even drier paint than with layering to get even more opaque colors down, or stippling would be something where you use an opaque layer that is just a dot to create a gradient, and so on. Can you give us a quick breakdown of the awards you've won? I mean, a couple of shows in Austria and Germany that I don't remember the name of. And then, yeah, just Golden Demons. A couple of Golden Demons in every country. Not every country, but in a lot of countries. And then the most fun I had, the most fun competition probably was the Ever Chosen 2019. I only got third place there, but it was a lot of fun. And because I had fun painting the miniature. I only had 6 days and I filmed it and all of that. I just took one day where I refined everything off camera. So, and then just going there and meeting a lot of people and just being in Nottingham was just fun. So, yeah. I don't like to talk about competitions and awards and all of that because it's really not important. It is important for marketing aspects, right? But we all know how much I love marketing. Is the green-brown scheme inspired by Richard Gray's Death Guard? I don't know his Death Guard. I mean, I know. What are we talking about? I don't. We talk about the same thing. He has painted like a few Terminators for 2018 Golden Demon, I think. I'm talking about that one. I don't think that the green is anywhere close. I think he has a more saturated green. Don't know. It's not really inspired by anything. I just wanted a green base color there, and I'm going to highlight it in a gray, probably some. Let's see, what do we have here? Either, yeah, just one of these warmer grays. Maybe stone gray could be a good thing. Yeah, something like this. One of those two. And I wanted a green and yellow base color to work off of. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's not really inspired by anyone. It's kind of hard to come up with something completely different unless you go like super ham with non-metallic versions. But you know, even the best non-metallic metal has been painted already. If you watch what Kirill Kanaev does. I've seen a few videos your stacks. Oh, I've seen in a few videos your stacks of awards, and my jaw dropped. I don't know for sure, but from what I've seen, you have won the most awards of any YouTuber in the game. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? Doesn't make the videos any better, or I don't know. But I don't know. I mean, you would have to define YouTuber because Darren Latham might have won a few more Golden Demons. I don't know. Maybe Richard Gray has won a few. I don't know how much he won. I don't know if he's a YouTuber, if you consider him a YouTuber. He has done a couple of videos. Let's see. But yeah, it really doesn't matter. Especially it doesn't matter to me. Stop painters. Surname. My microphone is in the way. You find him. Gray Richard. Oh, interesting. He only has 4 awards, but he has a Slayer sword, so I would have thought he had more. But maybe the list is not up to date. Could be the case. Okay, we need a new playlist. I heard a cat. Anime hero, you're wrong. I didn't use any techniques. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes painting is just painting. Yeah, it's all slapping paint. Why don't more videos teach you more about brushstrokes and really help understanding paint consistency? It's always technique driven, but the longer I learn. So you gotta understand a few things about YouTube videos. So the first video, not the first one, but the most important video I made for my Patreon is where I teach about brushstrokes and paint consistency. But that's not necessarily that's not going to make for a good YouTube video. I don't think so. It could be, right? But if it didn't get like 500,000 views, I don't necessarily consider that video to have gotten enough views. So I would expect this to at least get 500,000 views, but it wouldn't, because what people rather want to hear on YouTube is, hey, how do you wet blend? Can you teach me about can you teach me how I can wet blend my whole army in 2 hours? Right? That's what the majority of people wants to hear on YouTube. And then I have, you know, my audience. Hey Fossey, thanks a lot for resubbing. Much appreciated. Yeah, I have the audience that really wants to learn and that wants to get into the principles of painting and really wants to understand how it goes, and I can teach those on my Patreon. It's a bit like school, where you hear about all these things and then you go to university, and it's rather dry because you have to dig in, you have to dig your heels in and read a lot of books and really need to understand this. So that's the way I see it, right? And then YouTube is more about, okay, learning the basics and having a bit of fun and just enjoying your time. And then the other part is studying to become better at something. So that's the way I see it, right? And yeah, I don't know. I found your channel a couple of days before you posted your I Quit video, and I was sad that there weren't going to be any more videos from you. Glad my assumption was wrong. Yeah, you didn't watch the video, right? Because I basically said I'm just going to quit my day job. But yeah, I'm happy to. But yeah, even in my YouTube videos I talk a lot about, you know, when I pull out the thumb and then I do like this, then you can assume that this is a really important part of the video. A really basic or fundamental part of the video. New to the stream, what are you painting? Oh, what are you painting? Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, again, we didn't get that much painting done, but I hope it was informative to you know, talk about all of the things. How did you do the Astartes Retributor shoulder pads? I sculpted them, I filmed it. It's going to go up on Patreon eventually, and then I'm also going to, once everything's painted, there'll also be shorter YouTube video about it. But I don't know when that's coming out. I have a couple of other things to do before I can do the Astartes video. How? Oh, also just like, how should I be holding my paint? Or following a model for more brush control? Your brush. How should you be holding your brush? Appreciate the detailed answers about technique. It was an eye-opening answer. That's good. Just Golden Demons. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it I want to say Golden Demons made a giant leap during the last 5, 6, 7 years, and it's gotten really hard to win Golden Demons. I mean, I won 2 Golden Demons, 2 Silver Demons in Germany in 2019, but the UK is going to be a really tough competition this year, for example, where you basically have people that had the time to paint for 2 years because there wasn't another competition in 2020. Yeah. Your many awards give a lot of credibility to your channel. Yeah, it could be. It also feels like, you know, a lot of people get this, how to say that, a lot of people find it to be bragging, so I don't know. But yeah, anyone that watches my channel, hopefully, you know, for a longer time, knows that I really don't care about awards, and I just want people to have fun painting and have fun improving and reaching their goals. That's my main purpose of the channel. What's one tip painters should have in their tool belt? New painters, I would say just experiment with as much as you can. Just try things that are not necessarily. So if there's a YouTube video about it, you should probably try it once, but also be aware that it's not just the only way to do things. Thanks a lot for walking harder. Thank you for the subscription. Yeah, if you have any more questions, guys, put them in now, because I'm just going to catch up on chat. Don't feel a lot like painting anymore. I'd like to see one of you beasts. Oh, do comic style painting. Yeah, I don't necessarily like it. I feel like cell shading, for example, once you have the principle down, it becomes a bit more like cookie cutter. Applying it to other paint jobs. So I don't know. I'm not super interested in comic painting, comic style painting. But I can see the appeal totally, right? But it's also, it's even more, you know, when people say non-metallic metal is just for pictures. I feel like cell shading. Neo Sephiroth, thanks a lot for the follow. I feel like cell shading is even more just for one picture. It's kind of difficult to make that look good from a couple of angles. When I started supporting you, it was mostly because of your experience as a teacher and a well-made focus on teaching. Thanks you. Thanks you. Thank you, Doug. Yeah. Again, it's I don't want to. It's I might be a bit psychotic in that way, but I can't. I have a problem with putting out things that necessarily have much value. As far as education goes, I don't know. It's probably stupid, right? Because entertainment has value too. So I just need to find that balance and just tone down the voices that tell me, oh, this is not teaching anything. You should really put that online. But my focus clearly is on helping people, right? I guess that's a bit more. Maybe I'm a bit too stuck in trying to help people. We'll see. I'll try to make better videos in any case. I definitely like to watch this process from the beginning. Will the stream be available through Patreon? Yeah, we can do that again. There's a list of past streams on Discord. And I'll also make a dedicated video about this. I didn't know what to paint today, so I started basically on something that I would be doing for another video. See, one thing, sorry. Just check something. Okay. When I started supporting, oh, we had that. Regarding your move to full time and wanting to be more entertaining, please don't go full meme lord. Nah. So the problem is my humor is a lot more dry, and I don't think it comes across that well in videos. And I also need to bounce off of someone usually. So when it's like my humor is more about situations and situational comedy. So when I talk to someone and then, you know, something funny comes up, I always try to hit that. But yeah, my humor is not necessarily working for YouTube videos, but I don't know. Well, I'll try to put it into the videos a bit more. So, but that's not my style of humor, the one you're referring to. Keep on teaching the theory and the technique. It's not only what you are best at, it's you're the best at it. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Any busts in the works maybe? I am planning to do a miniature for the channel. Some three-eyed robot probably. More painting please. No, I'm winding down, so if you want to, no painting. I'm just trying to answer the questions and then we're going to go offline. It's already been 4 hours. Sean, I know Mark Frisoni has a video or two painting the Blanchitsu style. Yeah, exactly. On the awards, I for one looked for the best YouTuber I could find when I started painting, and there aren't a lot of metrics for us to determine where to start. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, makes sense, right? So you're looking for people that are credible because they are awarded by their peers or whatever you want to call them. Makes sense. It's just for me, it's been more like I mean, there's a lot of people that use marketing in YouTube, whether or not they know it. So I thought, what can I market? So I made an intro where it shows all the demons I want. So, but I'm not defined by that intro. I'm not defined by my demons. I would like to be defined by the teaching that I do, for example, right? And for trying to teach people to have fun with painting in a distinct way. But yeah, it's okay. Sometimes, you know, people just see the outside and judge you, but you can't really. Sometimes you can't win them all, right? So it was helpful at the very best, or least, but your content spoke to me too, so it was a good way to find compatibility. Yeah, exactly, right? Just putting it out there and then lure in people and then be something more than just the awards. That was kind of a plan, right? It won't get 500,000, it will get 500 million. No. What are you saying is I should subscribe to your Patreon? Sounds good. Yeah, sure. Richard just released a death guard, no green paint used. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Wasn't trying to detract from this scheme. Oh, I've just found this scheme really interesting. I wanted to see if you were doing a no, but yeah, I get it. I could never spend 2 years on a model. I can't even spend more than a week on a model before I get sick of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sick of. I was always pretty sick of the models that I painted for Golden Demons and so on. How do you like the new Castle and Crow Grey Knight model? Not at all. No. I don't like it. But I never liked Grey Knights. That's just me, of course. I've been wondering the following for quite some time. If you make a really elaborate base, one you spend a lot of time on, do you super glue your mini to it afterwards? Always pin it. Depends. I mean, if it's just in the cabinet, I'll just glue it on. If it goes to a contest or if you're going to sell it and have to ship it, then I will always pin it. What level of augmentation do you use on the headset? I think it's 2.5 or 3. Not 100% sure. That's the maximum that comes with it. I think it's 2.5 or 3. How do you manage with burnout? I have a video on that, so if you want to watch that. But Yeah, I'm just trying to. The main thing that has helped was just having a lot of things to do. So you can. One day you just do a lot of bases, and the other day you paint your line models. The other day you paint your character models. So just switching it up has helped a lot. But yeah, I definitely felt it. But it was, for me, it was more chasing for the awards that made me burn out. Ever since I'm just painting for myself, or you know, for the content nowadays. But I'm still basically painting the models I want to paint and that I enjoy. Ever since then, it has not been a problem anymore. So just paint for yourself and don't feel the pressure to put your stuff on all the outlets, on the galleries. Just paint for yourself and don't post anything. That's going to make you happier, in my opinion. What did I teach earlier? Science and biology. I've watched every video and I am a patron, and it's very clear you do not lean on your awards in any way. That's why I had to ask for the history. Because you so rarely speak about it. Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. What color is good when chipping Deathwing Terminators? Those are the beige ones, right? You can just use the Deathwing Terminators. Yeah, you can use any brown tone. Maybe if you wanted to be fancy, add a bit of a red to the brown. Just don't use exactly. Just don't use pure black. You should be fine. Just using. If you want to go real dark, use black and a bit of red brown, something like that. Will you upload this video on YouTube for later? So it's not going to be live on YouTube simply because it would be a video and it would not get a lot of views because it's a live stream for 4 hours, and the people that usually watch the videos don't watch the live streams. People that watch live streams, right? But people that usually just come for the videos don't necessarily also watch live streams. So it would be basically a very bad video release. So I'm putting it unlisted, but I'm going to put the link on the Discord server again. I have a list of live streams there. Oh, but I did not get a lot of painting done, if that's what you're looking for. So I would say we painted for maybe 40 minutes out of the 3.5 hours that this live stream took. I fast forward through the goofy parts of painting videos. I'm here for an education. Yeah, again, but the click numbers definitely say that a lot of people want to also watch the goofy parts, right? Maybe simple question, but are you using the same brush to work on the tags? Yeah, I don't care. Ryum is the best. You Austrians are experienced basement builders. Joke was brutal. Yeah, but that's true, right? Don't think any other country is known for that many weird people doing shenanigans with basements and locking people in for years. Why is contrast so important in miniature painting? Because you are trying to do a representation of something really large, and you cannot rely on light and shadows on the miniature, creating deep shadows like you would have on a really large figure. So you have to mimic the shadows and light on a really large figure, how they would behave on a large thing. I have a video on that, by the way, you should watch it. But yeah, you want to mimic that in the small scale, because if you don't paint any contrast, what's going to happen is there's going to be a light and shadow area, but it's not going to look credible because it's the same brightness and the same brightness everywhere on the miniature. So you want to exaggerate because you are in miniature form simulating a really huge robot in this case. So you want to mimic how light behaves on something large on a very small scale. So we need to exaggerate, because you can't get the contrast through just light on a miniature. I'm not defined by my demons. Sounds great out of context. Yeah. What did you teach in school? Biology and science. And a couple of other things. I mean, the Austrian school system has a couple of... So I was teaching basically I was teaching biology, and then I was teaching physics, chemistry, then I was teaching science, where you learned how science works. Then I was, the method of science. And then I was also teaching how to write scientifically. So basically how to do publications and papers and all of that, because they have to do it in the Austrian school system for their last school year. They have to write something like that. You plan on doing IRL courses? Yeah, I do. So whenever someone wants a workshop in their city, you can contact me, try to give me a location, try to find a location and put me up with that location. And the more you help with organizing it, you can have the spot in the class for free, If you just hook me up with a location and then something comes out of it, it's like I can give you a 50% discount, but if you help with organizing it, then you can have the spot for free. I've always done it like this because it's hard for me to invest the time into searching for places. It's easier for me if I can be invited somewhere and then I go there and I can focus on the teaching and not having to find all the surrounding parts, like a space and where I can sleep. And I mean, I can do that, right? That's not the big deal. But finding a place where 10 to 15 people fit, that is relatively good, like where I can put a beamer or maybe a screen, stuff like that. That's helping tremendously. But yeah, just invite me to your city. I'm going to come, right? So as long as there's a space and the rest I can put up on my social media, and then people will just fill up the class. But yeah, I'm also, the ones I'm organizing are in Vienna, obviously. So I'm going to plan more regular classes again. Still going, you're a trooper? No, I'm not, because I haven't painted a lot. I was just talking. I have a bunch of Citadel paints and I'm thinking about switching to other brands. Why do you want to switch? How to use them without wasting them? Painting minutes is not enough. I don't know, why do you want to switch? If you don't have a reason to switch, I would not switch. If I had a vote, I'd say keep your videos the same they are. You are incredibly talented and have an honest style. It's great to see outside of the standard marketing that's going on in the space. Yeah, I'll do that, right? There's no, I can't change anyway. I don't want to change, but how to say, everything is a lot easier if you get a lot of views, right? If you have like 250,000 subscribers, then more people watch your videos, then your base income is a bit higher and you don't have to worry so much about other things. It's just the way it is. So people adapt to what is watched, and I can totally understand that because it gives you a bit more security. It's as easy as that. But yeah, I'll as long as I can, as long as I can only live through this, or this can be my work because other people support me, and I'm really lucky that there's enough people supporting, so I can do it. So thanks a lot, guys. I'm really aware that this, with just doing YouTube, I could not do it, right? That's why I always say in any video that it's the patrons and people that, you know, use the links, the affiliate links that make the videos happen, because otherwise I couldn't do YouTube. Because I made like $300 during the last few months on YouTube, and trying to eat, try to pay the rent and all of that with this. So yeah, I'm just saying I'm not saying any, or not giving anyone crap because they're doing the more entertainment route, right? Found out about this competition called the God tier competition, so I might enter, as it's my first. I have never heard of that. There's a Discord, yeah, just check any of my YouTube videos, all the links are below in the description. Don't think it's on Twitch. Might be on Twitch below the video. May I ask some large or unusual shape? Oh, okay. May I ask, on some larger or unusual shape like the shoulder armor, how did you divide each part to apply shadow highlight correctly? So basically, it is a shape, right? If you look at, that doesn't translate well. So maybe this works a bit. So it's a round shape, or you know, this edge is rounded. So you have light collecting on this apex point, or maybe here. You know, this is also this is round, and then it's a cylinder. So you have light collecting here. Yeah, so like this. And the same would happen if this was inverted. So if this, just figure or imagine this going inwards like this, but not outwards like this, but inwards. And if I hold it like this and you focus on it, you might even get it to switch, right? So this highlight this in a deeper area. If I tell you this is hollow and bends inwards, you're going to eventually believe it, and it's going to switch in your brain. So that's because it looks the same way if it were inverted. So I'm basically trying to put the highlight on the inverted apex. So I'm going to highlight this even more. This is just the base color. My brush is screwed up. So the highlight is going to go in this area. You can even see it now, the way that light collects on there. Do you see it? Like this. You have light collecting on this inverted edge. So that's how I go about deciding the highlights on this shape. Some colors are better made by Vallejo, other brands. I mean, yeah, if you go for pre-mixed, that's true. But then again, Vallejo has a lot of colors that are, I'm sorry, Games Workshop has a lot of colors that are not represented in Vallejo. Because, I mean, maybe in the game colors, but that's the point, right? Because Vallejo is more focused on scale modeling, and the Citadel paints and any game range is more focused on gaming and vibrancy and all of that. So I just find a healthy mix of colors interesting. Games Workshop does a free miniature giveaway every month for Age of Sigmar. Really? And Games Workshop stores run a competition for the local community to vote on. Of the free minis. So was it Sisters of Battle not too long ago? Because I think I judged one of these competitions for one of the local game stores, Games Workshop. Do you have any tips for painting Tyranids? I just started and I haven't found a decent videos explaining it. I mean, that's always so tricky to answer. If you're just saying, you know, do you have tips on how to paint any race? I mean, that depends so much on what color scheme you want to use, what how you want to make your bases and so on. So I don't know. I don't have any general tips on anything that is a race or faction. I would not know how to answer that. Why am I hearing myself? Oh, Twitch. Do you have any other hobbies than painting? So Since I'm making videos, I don't have any other hobbies at the moment, no. I mean, I did sports, I'm doing sports, I'm training, and I cannot do sports as much as I used to when I tore my meniscus like 3 times. So the long distance endurance stuff that I did is out of the picture. So I do a bit more of strength training at home. Used to play volleyball, so any stop and go sport is not a thing anymore. I just try to stay fit. That's a hobby of mine. And then I like movies, and yeah, playing with my cats, just going outside, doing things.
Nice to meet you.
But the miniature hobby is, so I'm sculpting, I'm painting, I don't know, making videos and so on. So that's, I'm going into getting into 3D printing. That's a hobby that's going to take a lot of time too. So that's already enough for 2 lifetimes. I didn't know that you are from Vienna. That's so funny. I'm living in Vienna too. I need to do a painting workshop or organize one of you. Yeah, you can. So it's best to join the Discord and check the announcement, or what's the English word? Bookmark the announcement channel, because if I'm doing a workshop, it's going to be announced there first. So plus one for the honesty vibes in the videos. When are you really painting, not filming or chatting? How long is a normal session for you? I'm not sure what you mean. So if I just paint for myself, I can paint for like 10 hours. It's it doesn't, yeah, I'm having fun. Say something in German. I want to hear you talk German on this channel for once. No. Sister of Battle was freed 4 weeks ago. Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice to
I
meet
see.
you.
Yeah, I need to look into that. Alright guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up. Thanks a lot for hanging out for 4 hours. Hope it wasn't too boring, and sorry I was not up to, I don't know why I was lagging like half an hour behind the questions. I'll try to fix that for the next streams. Yeah, maybe do Q&A in the beginning and then go into painting and paint a couple of times. And I don't know, maybe we need to structure it differently. Or maybe we don't do any painting at all. I don't know, we'll see. You ever play any tabletop games or just painting? Yeah, I played Confrontation in the past, but I want to play Kill Team, but I could not find the time yet. We'll see. So yeah, thanks a lot for all the support. Again, if you want to support me, just watch my videos. That's great. You know, recommend the videos to other people. Just help me getting the videos out there. That would be a lot of support. If you want to, you know, help me out beyond that, Patreon is a good way. Twitch Prime is a good way. Not mandatory, of course. Yeah, thanks a lot. Again, next video will come out on Friday, and then I'm away for 1 week because I'm going on holiday. So I can't promise that there's going to be any content that Friday. Maybe if I'm really quick with the videos, but then my girlfriend is going to kill me because she has a week off next week. Yeah. That's it. Thanks a lot. See you next time. Bye.